Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. I could flip a dollar to $1 million. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on 3, 2, 1. Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. 3, 2, 1. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on. It's a new day, days been new. Been a decade since I made it out of rent too. We some owners, baby, we don't got no rent due. Might trick, but my wife, you like to trick too. Merry Christmas, hey Saint Nick. What we want get, we on wait list. How we got here doesn't make sense. Have patience, that'll make sense. 3, 2, 1. Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. I could flip a dollar to $1 million. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on 3, 2, 1. Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. 3, 2, 1. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on. Picking up the slack, Jordan in his prime way, I'm getting to the rack. I do what I want, when I want, where I want, no cap. Put in all work, now I'm getting to the back. 25-8, I got money on my mind. Live life great, but I'm always on the grind. Navy blue tank, I don't wear it for the time. Real hustler, baby, throw my rollie in the sky.
Get ready for blast off.
Ball pointing cushy, so you know it's berserk. Trevor on the mix, so you know we gon' work. I might leave in one, find a beach and go surf. I'ma ride the wave till I'm out of this earth. 3, 2, 1. Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. I could flip a dollar to $1 million. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on. 3, 2, 1. Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. 3, 2, 1. I don't like to brag, but I'm really.
Ladies and gentlemen, it was dark as hell here. Ladies and gentlemen, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on, man? It's a good day to be back. It's 2025. This is the first Flippin' Tables of 2025. I'm excited. I just can't hide it. I got my old faces in the places. I got family that's been away successful coming back in the building tonight. I'm excited. I'm excited. But you guys know I got to introduce my co-host here. The velvet voice of YouTube himself, Lost in Translation, is in the building. Lost, talk to me.
Come on inside and get yourself something cool to drink.
Hey, man, what's happening?
Yes, sir.
Welcome back. Welcome back to another edition of Black Man and Filters Flipping Tables. I am your co-host, Lost in Translation podcast. Sir, it is so good to be in the service one more time. Then this is the first Flipping Tables of the year. You know, I can't wait to get started, sir. I want to go ahead and ask you a question. How are you doing this evening?
Man, I am. You already know I'm sunshine, partly cloudy, man. Honeymoon happy and peacock proud to be in the building with such astute people such as yourself and the guests that are going to be here tonight, man. I'm ready. I'm ready to go. I'm ready right now. All right. Who we got in the chat tonight? Who we rolling with tonight?
Well, you know, the first thing I saw, man, I looked in the corner, I noticed I saw somebody real familiar. You know what I'm saying?
Familiar. You seen her before?
Yes, real familiar. She didn't change the name and everything, but you know that's Jay. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Don, for showing up. And of course, you know, we got our soldiers in the house. Katalia in the building. Beautiful moderator. Thank you so much for coming out. We can't do it without you. Appreciate you. And of course, you know, in the back, we have Mr. R. Payne. Welcome us to another edition of Flipping Tables. You know what I'm saying? From marriage, politics, and sports. And that's it so far. So everybody else will be pouring in just a minute because I think we're a little bit earlier than normal. Yeah, so I think they'll be coming on in just a second.
Now, I do want to say this, man, on behalf of the network, man, we thank you guys for a great year last year, man. A lot of great conversations, a lot of great battles amongst men and women. Thank you, everybody that was a part of the network who is still here, who has gone on to do better and bigger things. Shout out to all of you guys, man, because we know the rising tides raises all ships. And when it rises over here, have no fear. We're going to get you near for sure. And so I want to thank you for that. Also, guys, if you want to donate to the channel, you can do it by Super Chat. And you also can do it by Cash App. You'll see the Cash App scrolling at the bottom of the screen in a few seconds. If you want to donate to the channel, you definitely can do that. All right, man, without further ado, I want to bring up some people tonight that are important to me in this network. And I think a conversation like this needs to be had amongst people who can really have the conversation. And so we got some good people here tonight that's going to have the conversation. So the first person I want to bring up tonight is my brother from another mother, man. Hey, listen, we just got through talking in the back. I'm so happy to know this man. I've learned a lot from him, whether he knows it or not. All right, Mr. Bennett, I've learned a lot from Mr. Bennett as a man, as a father, as a husband, his patience, his directness, his willing to be able to control himself, no matter if he's angry, upset, he's a man of control. And so I want him to know that he's appreciated here. I appreciate him as a person that comes to do content with me, but I also appreciate him as a man, as a father, as a husband, and a man of God as well, man. So I want to bring up my brother from another mother. Mr. Bennett is in the building tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
Appreciate you guys.
Of the 7B Network, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bennett.
Appreciate you guys. Happy New Year to everyone, and it's good to be back in the place again. Appreciate you guys.
Absolutely, man. Thank you for being here tonight. Also, I want to bring up another guy who, I didn't want to leave this out, Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett has 3 beautiful daughters, and he's gotten all of them through college. Oh, he's on his last one in college, man. So we want to celebrate Mr. Bennett tonight, man, and his family and his just will to be a great man. I'm happy for you, brother. I am.
Appreciate you so much.
Most men cannot say that, man. So we're happy for you, man. We love you, brother. Now I want to bring up this other brother. Y'all know him. You probably seen him in his younger day. Yeah, he did a lot of moving around. And the Big Dipper is his name in 2025. Last year, he was the continent, but this year he's called the Big Dipper because you can see him everywhere if you just take time and look up. All right, everybody, put your hands together for our pain. He's in the building tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello. How you doing? What's happening? Happy New Year.
So good. It's good to see you.
Happy New Year, sir.
Now, this conversation, a nonpartisan, you don't have to have a nonpartisan sister from another mister. I always come in to have a strong voice. And so I want to just, when I reached out to her today, she was like, let's go. Right? Because a few weeks ago, I was looking at her content and I was in her chat and she was like, oh, we got to get back. Love it. All right. So my sister from another mister is in the building tonight. We got to have her perspective. We got to have it on this conversation tonight. Give it up for yours truly. Miss J is back in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, everyone. Thank you guys so much for having me on. Make sure I don't have. Yeah. Thank you so much for having me on. It's a pleasure to be back. It's been so long. Happy New Year to everybody. And let's cook. Let's have a good time.
Absolutely. So I want to jump right into it because we have the icebreaker video that we always do. We're going to keep that up. Let's see here. We got Champs Talk Reactions in the building tonight. We also have Milani, one of our other moderators in the building tonight. Good to see you, sweetheart. Thank you for being here as well. Let's see. Hold on a second. Oh, yeah, I forgot to drop it. Hold on. Give me just a second. All right, I'll do it while the video's playing. So I'm going to play this video. And while the video's playing, I'll drop the link for you guys. But I'm going to play this video, and I want you guys, we're going to talk about it. All right? Everybody knows the man by the name of Ace Metaphor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if you don't know him, I'm going to introduce him to you now. Okay? And we're going to talk about what he's just said in this video after he's done. Here we go.
Say to all the women out there that's thinking about giving that one man that they know truly don't deserve them a chance. Niggas you settle for can still play you too. Men that don't meet your qualifications that you gotta, give a chance to will still f you over too. They cheat too. They narcissists too. They gaslighters too. But the worst thing about it is you think just because you gave them a chance, they're gonna appreciate it by giving you the best they got. They ain't got the best. That's why you gotta settle for him. He ain't got his anger issues together. He ain't dealt with his childhood trauma. He's not emotionally available. That's why this man, when it comes to dating, is beneath you. But you keep dumpster diving for men, and you're wondering why you keep getting treated like garbage. Quit thinking that settling leads to happiness when settling leads to suffering. Not settling during dating is your protection. But every time you see a man you like, you take off your safety belt and wondering why you keep crashing out. You keep thinking that once you build him up, he's going to repay you. When in all actuality, when you upgrade men, most likely you don't reap those rewards. The next woman does. Stop settling. It is better to be single than being in a bed full of lies, cheating, and deceit. It's better to be single than lugging the dreams and ambitions of two people because one person can't carry their weight. God said, become evenly yoked. Every chance you get, you ignore that message. I guess I'm saying the worst feeling in the world is getting played by a man you settled for.
I want the beautiful Jay to go first because I want her to set the precedent on this conversation. Jay, could you go ahead and give me your thoughts about Mr. Ace Metaphor? I'm sorry.
Okay, so the first thing is, okay, there we go. If someone is like talking while I'm talking, I'm not going to be able to hear you for a little bit until I get some headphones. I forgot that there's like sometimes a feedback thing. But excuse me. So basically, I agree with what he was saying. I know that a lot of times a lot of men do not like this rhetoric. But I think the reason why they don't like it is because they think that it insinuates that a woman should want a man to just be perfect before he can come before her, and all type of stuff. It's not so much that, but I have from experience dealt with this where there was a gentleman who had been trying to get with me or whatever for years. And I saw him out one day and, I guess he was a little more handsome than I thought he was from his Facebook pictures. And I went ahead and gave him a chance, gave him my number, and we started talking and stuff. And it was good for about maybe a good 2 or 3 weeks. And then he ended up being just like everybody else. So I think that the point that he's trying to make is it's not a woman's job to build up a man. Now, maybe to support him, sure. And in fact, that's to me, that's not debatable. But this idea of a woman getting a man where he needs to be, I just think that his point about how sometimes you'll do that and once he gets to his final form, then you're not even good enough for him anymore. I do believe that men have the propensity to do that. I think that they date a lot of times, unless he's kind of delusional, he'll date within his means, within who he really thinks he can acquire. And then if he gets to a certain level, whether it's physically or monetarily or status wise, sometimes he'll start to look elsewhere. I believe.
Man, Arpain, I want you to go next because I think that your hurricane is kind of between category 4 and 5. So I want you to go next.
Not really. I think there's so many levels to this because I don't think there's a right or wrong answer because a woman's going to see this through the prism of her worldview, and so will a man. So everything Ace said is not wrong, but here's what's missing. There are women who actually succeed with men who they trust to actually execute a plan, even though the plan is not there. And so you will miss out on blessings if it happens, because the way we talk in the Black community is absolutes. If you have to do anything for the man who's not at the finish line, all of a sudden you're taking such a risk as a woman. And I don't believe that the statistics are in that when you take that chance, you're going to fail almost every time. Here's why I say that. Men are more loyal to women than they are to us. And when a man has a woman who gets him through the mud to the point where he actually succeeds, he's not that apt to throw her away if he's a good man to begin with, right? Especially if he appreciates it. I think men appreciate their women a whole lot more than they appreciate us, and we say it more. So I can't say what's wrong or what's right. It always goes back to the character of the individual. And because the man that you have to build, if you're building a bear, it depends on what kind of bear is he. If he's a bum, he can't pay his rent, he can't pay his bills, what the hell are you entertaining this guy for in the first place? But if he has some kind of inclination, I mean, this is where we get into, I'm gonna land it here. This is the problem we have when we see all those athletes going with the white woman or the woman of mixed race, because when you look into history, a lot of times those women were with them from high school, from the beginning when they didn't have the NILs and all that kind of stuff, and they get rewarded in the end, right? In our community, we're telling women, if the guy ain't there, don't bother with him. You know, go have your fun in your 20s. And then when you're somewhere in your 30s, if he's still, if you know, then that guy might be 35, and then you had your fun. Now you want to settle down. So we have, it's just levels to it. I'm gonna just land it there. So I don't want to say somebody's right or somebody's wrong, because we all have our different perspectives. We got to talk. We got to somehow normalize the conversation.
All right. Welcome to the show, Prototype, man. Prototype is in the building, brother. Appreciate you, man, for being here tonight.
Welcome, Prototype.
All right. So before you go, Prototype, I want to get Mr. Bennett. You watched it. What are your thoughts on what you heard?
Honestly, I think our pain landed a lot of the points that I was thinking about. And I think it goes into this conversation that you're trying to have tonight about man versus male. I think if you're talking about a man, I think that really is about characteristics, about drive, about ambition, about discipline. There's certain things I think you need to be observing to say, is this someone I can pour into or support, as Jay said. But if he's exhibiting male characteristics, then I don't know if that's going to, as he elevates in whatever it is that he's doing, I don't know if that may turn out and you may not get the outcome that you want. So I think you really have to be mindful of, and again, I have 3 daughters, so I see a lot of this up front, when the men that they've dated or are dating, I see guys and I can say, okay, yeah, he's got something going on. Yeah, you might want to hang on to this one. And then there are others where it's like, he's not there yet. Not to say that he's necessarily a bad guy, but there's just some that are just undeveloped. It'd be their home situation, the father wasn't there, and parents divorced, or just a lot of drama, just a lot of things that are going on. And it doesn't matter how nice he is to me, but again, I encourage my daughters, bring guys around, especially around family functions. And I tell all the males, look, I just want you to, give them the sniff test. And if I think that the guy isn't, and not, it's not a class thing or whatever, but again, I need to see a spark. I need to see, can you be disciplined on some things? Not that you have to be disciplined on everything, but are there certain areas of your life that I can see like the arrow pointing upward? I don't care about your income level necessarily either, but you got to have that. And if you don't, then that's disqualifying for me. So I think that who you decide, and I think where our pain really landed for me, exactly what I was thinking about, because we've heard other videos from like Dr. Umar and whatnot talk about the quote unquote snow bunnies and how they're snagging all the black men is because they're willing to invest in them when they don't have anything. So I've heard that conversation as well, but I think we really have to narrow in on, again, what characteristics should young women be looking for in a man, not necessarily his income, but are there some things that we can identify to say, yes, this may be someone worth spending time with and see what he can do. So I think it's definitely a nuanced conversation. And I think we need to be able to help certainly our young women. If you have daughters, nieces, granddaughters, or what have you, I think as men, I think we need to be a lot more active and at least giving our opinion. They may not listen to us, but at least to say, hey, you might want to consider this. And again, none of the men that I'm talking about, like, in the negative sense, again, I told us, like, it's nothing personal. And I feel for a lot of these guys because they haven't had the proper foundation. They haven't been around positive men and role models. And so I feel for them. And I haven't told them, it's like, look, if you ever want to talk to me about anything, or if I can be of benefit to you in certain way, then, you can definitely hit me up. I have nothing against you, but you still have some maturing to do. And, because of that, I can't see you long term with my daughters as far as, having a future with them. And no, in fact, don't even worry about a future with them. You need to focus on yourself and get your life in order before you bring someone into it. So I feel that.
Yeah, BMU, can I answer this before?
Yeah, absolutely.
Prototype goes. See, Jay, this is a great question. Chill out. I can give you an example. My daughter, right, when she graduated from college, she's human resources, but she didn't get a job right away. So she worked in a burger joint. She met a guy there. Now they're young. That's why I'm an advocate for people marrying young. She didn't have anything. He didn't have anything, but he was a college graduate too. So they fell for each other and stuff. But he didn't have anything. But I liked the guy because he had plans. He was going into the service. He was actually in PT. He was going to, his station, it was going to station him in Spain. That's why their relationship didn't work out. But he was acceptable to me because he had plans, he had dreams. We talked about it. He maybe had 2 nickels to rub together, and so did my daughter, until she found her job at a major college. And so that's the kind of stuff I would have cultivated. So I like this guy. He didn't have all those kind of things. I even look at my own life. When I got married, I was a young engineer. I was just ready to find a wife. I didn't have a lot of money. I just was able to pay my bills, and I had enough to say, if you're going to marry me, I can cover us until you get your. She had a job too. So I'm thinking more along those lines, because I definitely wasn't a finished product. And I'm 66 and I'm still working on it. You know what I'm saying? So the really point is, that's where I'm coming from. And so there's so many levels to it. So if a guy don't have nothing, I agree with a woman should be building him up. But Ace metaphor wasn't clear with the way he said that, right? He left so many holes in his explanation. A woman could assume, if this guy doesn't have everything together, why bother? Because we're all a work in progress when we get together. And the older you get, waiting for that perfect guy, the harder it is for you guys to gel, because most of you get set in your ways once you hit in your 30s. It's harder and harder to meld. That's how I look at it. So I don't know if I answered your question, but that's an example.
Yes, that does answer my question. Basically, I think that a lot of times men, like I said, I think it's the current climate. Like there's a lot of just negative toxicity between men and women in certain spaces. And I'll be the first to admit, I definitely played a hand in it at some time. Not necessarily purposely, but I was just on a different side of things. But as time went on, I got to see how toxic it was becoming. I'm like, okay, my end goal is not for women and men to have discord. You know what I'm saying? I want us to have discourse, you know what I'm saying? To be able to talk with one another. And so I think that as long as a man has a plan and he has aspirations and he's building towards them, that's something that's attractive to me as a woman. So I'm telling women, if you get with a man and he doesn't have anything and he doesn't seem to be trying to get anything or putting things in motion, I would highly suggest you steer clear of him, because you cannot save him. You cannot. It's like K. Michelle said, you can't raise a man. I know that sounds like a toxic feminist anthem or something, but the broken clock is right twice a day. And she's right in saying that. If his mom couldn't do it, if his dad couldn't do it, then what makes you think you can? You know what I'm saying? Some lessons are just learned through the greatest teacher called life, and then some of them aren't. And then I just wanted to add one other thing too, if I can. I wrote this down, a little moniker. Just a man, since we're talking about the difference between a man and a male, in my opinion, a man is someone who crucifies some of his male inclinations, similarly to the way a woman would have to crucify some of her female inclinations. So a man sometimes has an inclination or a propensity, a male has a propensity to be, we all know, you guys got wandering eyes, you're built that way, you know what I'm saying, to lust after women, this kind of thing. You have a lot of testosterone and all the things. But to be a good man, a lot of times will require you putting that at bay. Not even just for the benefit of a woman, like your wife or your girlfriend or somebody, but even for yourself. Like, you cannot let your life be led by your second head. Or a lot of times you just won't be successful. Like, you can get a lot of money and then you'll lose it all, because like you'll meet some woman and then she'll woo you and then take you to the cleaners, or make up an allegation about you if you don't keep funneling the money train or whatever. So if you are a man, you will find a way to, in a healthy way, crucify some of those male inclinations, the same way a woman would have to do. Like, me as a woman, I can't go by all of my female inclinations all the time. Females are inclined and have the propensity towards chaos and towards drama and towards toxicity sometimes. So I can't be a good woman to my man if I'm doing everything that just a female does. I have to ascend past my femalehood, if you will, and move to that place of womanhood. So that's my definition of the man versus male. I guess that a man is someone who is able to keep at bay some of his male
proclivities. Very good.
All right, Prototype, man, welcome to the show, man. Hey, what are your thoughts? And welcome Coach Ferg to the show tonight, too. What's going on, my brother? So, Prototype, did you get a chance to see the video? And if you did, go ahead and explain what you think about
I didn't see the video. I'm imagining what you guys, based on what you guys were talking about.
Why don't you play it again?
Yeah, I'll play.
Yeah, running back for the cardio, man, so he can get a feel for what we talking
Truly
about.
don't deserve them a chance. I say to all the women out there that's thinking about giving that one man that they know truly don't deserve them a chance. Because you settle for can still play you too. Men that don't meet your qualifications that you gotta, I don't know, give a chance to will still f you over too. They cheat too. They narcissists too. They gaslighters too. But the worst thing about it is you think just because you gave them a chance, they're gonna appreciate it by giving you the best they got. They ain't got the best. That's why you gotta settle for him. He ain't got his anger issues together. He ain't dealt with his childhood trauma. He's not emotionally available. That's why this man, when it comes to dating, is beneath you. But you keep dumpster diving for men, and you're wondering why you keep getting treated like garbage. Quit thinking that settling leads to happiness when settling leads to suffering. Not settling during dating is your protection. But every time you see a man you like, you take off your safety belt and wondering why you keep crashing out. You keep thinking that once you build him up, he's going to repay you. When in all actuality, when you upgrade men, most likely you don't reap those rewards. The next woman does. Stop settling. It is better to be single than being in a bed full of lies, cheating, and deceit. It's better to be single than lugging the dreams and ambitions of two people because one person can't carry their weight. God said become evenly yoked. Every chance you get, you ignore that message. I guess I'm saying the worst feeling in the world is getting played by a man you settle for.
All right.
Oh, I'm glad you played that back. Because I was going to answer on some other, stuff. I'm glad you played that back, though. Listen, women are not settling for the guy he's talking about. He's talking about the guy they're going after. They're not settling for that guy. They're going after a certain type of guy who is settling for them. You know what I'm saying? Like, so they're picking guys that clearly don't want them and is settling for them and wondering why they're not getting the best out of him because he settled for you. A true settle, like I'm thinking like they were settling for guys before he made it, but no, women are outright picking those, good looking 6 foot guys or, those fast talking, smooth guys. Like that's who they're picking. That's not a settle. That's who they're going after. Based on, I guess what the panel was talking about though, which led me down another thought path. Picking a man is easy. 2 things I've never heard on a woman's list is discipline and integrity. You know what I'm saying? Like those are 2 things that men judge each other by. You know what I'm saying? I know a dude's a good dude based off his discipline and his integrity. You know what I'm saying? Those 2 things alone. So it don't matter if he has a vision or not. Like if he got those 2 things, that man can go absolutely anywhere. She could be driven and have this kind of goals and want a man that will drive off the end of the world for or whatever. Discipline and integrity, no matter what he looks like, what he does, who he is, those 2 things alone will put her in a good position with a man every time. She'll never go wrong. You know what I'm saying? So if you're trying to give advice to your sister, your daughter, or whoever, tell her the first 2 things to look for, regardless of looks, is discipline and integrity, and she'll hit 100 out of 100 every time. What else? The man versus male thing that irks me. It really does, man. Because an adult male is a man, like you know what I'm saying, like. And I hate when it's weaponized when you want to be a victim, like you know what I'm saying. When he's a bum on the street, he's not a male, you know what I'm saying. But if that bum on the street then hits you, I can't believe a grown man hit me. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like, don't call him a man when it's, you know, when you want to be a victim, you know. So like treat all adult males like men. You know what I'm saying? And that's basically it though. Like discipline and integrity is with the, you know, is the primary thing. That's what I judge my brothers on. That's what I judge my teammates on. You know what I'm saying? Who's cleaning up their spot? Discipline and integrity, man. There's nothing else to it.
Appreciate that, my brother, Coach Ferg. And then we'll get lost in translation, and then we'll go into what we're really going to talk about tonight, because I got a guy that's prototype. I hope you're ready. Coach Ferg, go ahead. What are your thoughts?
Happy New Year, everybody. How y'all doing, man? Y'all looking good. Looking good, man. Just give me 2 minutes, man. Put me on the timer. You know, okay. I mean, I just look at it as what it is, man. A male is anatomy. I have a hammer. I have kahunas. I have to work, build, climb the tree, climb up on top. The male, if I was to die, they're going to identify me as a male, a black male with big nose and big lips, right? As far as a man, I look at the examples of what was before me and in my life and what I'm trying to be to my son and other young men and even young women, because I have 5 sisters in the house. So, you know, a man is going to just understand his responsibility in those moments. You know, I'm looking at 21. I got a 21-year-old son. I'm telling him, look, you have to work hard. You can't complain about what I'm going to do or not do for you. You have to work hard. You have to be respectful. Learn when it's time to learn. You know, work out. He works out way more than I did. You know, but, you know, he has a lot of discipline and he has no problem with females. You know, but I tell him, you know, as a man, what is he going to... It's like, is he, the people around him, is he building them up and also building? I like what my man said. He's looking at seeing how men around him are. He's teaching man to make sure a man around you is cleaning up his AO, you know, being respectful. A lot of young brothers don't get that opportunity. I've seen, because, you know, even with the sister, you know, I've told most men, listen, despite what circumstance you started with, you have to be willing to learn in the moment that you are. You can't compare yourself to women's behavior. You have to compare yourself to men outside of what you look like behavior. How are you going to produce yourself around men amongst the world? And the women, and those men, the women will follow easy, you know, but it's going to take a lot of discipline from women to be real with each other and say, hey, it's some good brothers that want to work with you. Just have to be willing to, you know, work with them and show him that, you know, he's respected. Other than that, the women will suffer if it goes to a man against women. Women don't see it because they focus on. How you doing that? But you have to, because men are most brothers are hard workers and good guys. They just need to, you know, most of them are, but I go to my favorite generation when I go to that, because us Gen Xers, I'm telling you, they've been working since they was 13, buddy. Regardless, most of them been working hard.
Not the boomers, but the Gen X.
Don't you start with me. Don't you start with me.
You the one started. I'm just saying. All right, appreciate it, Coach Berg. Now, last but not least, my brother from another mother, lost in translation, man. What are your thoughts on Ace Metaphor's mindset?
You know what? I'm governed by a different set of rules. And before I critique Ace Metaphor, I'm going to make sure I take my hat off to Ace, man, for his showmanship. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes these YouTube streets and algorithms turn us into the whores that we are, selling our wares for 20 in the front and 40 in the back. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes we have to get out here and say some stuff that'll get the algorithm moving so we can, you know, keep a roof over our head. But I will tell you this, though. I'm governed by a different set of principalities. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I will not bust hell wide open for a few dollars. You hear what I say? I'm gonna come out here and tell people the truth. That's the main reason why we have this show called Flipping Tables. Now, I actually listened to Ace Metaphor and what he said. And first, I'm gonna take my hat off to the general, the man who's no longer here, the man who took the conversation and flipped it and put it up on his air. Mr. Kevin Samuels. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to go ahead and give this man his flowers. You know what I'm saying? Because Under Kevin, man, I was a moderator for Kevin for almost 2-3 years. And I listened to the conversations that women had about men. And to me, it was two conversations that were happening at the same time. One, women were complaining about how men aren't this and how men aren't that. But every night they showed up asking for a high value man. You see what I'm saying? They never asked for integrity. They never asked for character. They asked for 6 feet, 6 inches, and and everything else. You know what I'm saying? Anything that benefits them. And then we have characters like Ace Metaphor, who quotes the Bible. You know what I'm saying? And even the devil quoted scripture. So whenever he does that, I can't do nothing but laugh. And he was like, yeah, you supposed to be equally yoked, all this other stuff.
Oh, he's very feminine.
Somebody who's not well versed at the Bible would fall prey to stuff like that. And the killing part about it sounds so good. But what I love about Kevin was he introduced into the conversation that you do have an option to choose somebody who's worth a damn. You see what I'm saying? And the killing part about it is that when you think about it, most women want somebody who's taller than them, who's richer than them, who's smarter than them. You know what I'm saying? So once you really think about it, who's really settling, And remember when Adam was in the garden and he took of the fruit and God asked Adam, he said, Adam, where art thou? You know what I'm saying? Adam said, I was naked and I clothed myself. Well, God was like, who told you were naked? I have a question for women today. Who told you were better than men?
Did you hear what I said?
Who told you that? God told you were supposed to be a helper and a helpmate to your man. You're not supposed to be better or worse than your man. You know what I'm saying? When we leave this earth, God's not going to ask the question. He's going to say, hey, did you do this? Did you do that? Blah, 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 blah. He's going to ask you, were you good to the people who you're around? Did you take care of the people who you were responsible for? He's not going to ask you whether or not you had 6 figures. You know what I'm saying? He's not going to ask you, did you have a yacht and all this other foolishness? He's going to ask you, did you do what you're supposed to do? Did you take care of the people that's around? And to me, that's noble. But the question is, the problem is we have people who are delusional, who think they're supposed to be better than someone else. I'll give you an example. Say, for instance, if I'm outside cutting the grass or whatever, and it's hot and I'm sweating or whatever, if my woman doesn't have common sense enough to come out there and bring me something cool to drink.
Come on inside and get yourself something cool to drink.
So I can continue on my mission. You know what I'm saying? She ain't worth a damn. And I did a bad job of picking up somebody who would not help me along the way, help her in the mission that we're on together. That's my fault. You see what I'm saying? But the problem is a lot of women that are thinking that the good men are hiding. The good men already know that you're not qualified for the mission at hand. And not only that, there's another conversation amongst men as if other men aren't good enough. You know what I'm saying? And it's this algorithm that we fall victim to, as if men there's a problem with men in general. You know what I'm saying? If you listen to it, it's always a conversation where this man is not good enough unless he XYZ, or he doesn't have the right to say anything because of XYZ. Well, my thing is that if God made him, that's good enough. You see what I'm saying? Who are you to tell one of God's creations that you ain't good enough? And I think that's the problem we have in these conversations, where we always think that one person is better than the other. We already necessarily know nobody's better than the other, because when you die, you can't take none of this stuff with you. All you're going to leave with is the memories that you left with other people behind. And remember, people don't forget how you treat them. Just watch people's funerals. Yeah, the people who really did something for somebody's lives, oh man, these people, they're going to be upset. They're going to be broke because those people played an integral part in their lives. But the people who didn't do nothing, throw them in the pine box, cremate them, it's over. They don't want to hear about. They're glad, repast, gone about their business, and nobody even thinks about you. But people who've actually done something in other people's lives, they build monuments to them, statues. They talk to them lovingly, like we talked about Kevin tonight. And that's the reason why I appreciate it for him, for level setting the playing field, so we can really see how people act and how really people think, from the conversations we have about ourselves as men to the conversation as women have conversations about themselves. and how we conversation about each other and how we look at each other. So that's why I'm glad we have other people tonight to share in this conversation. I'm not gonna hold the mic. I want to thank Angry Man for coming to the show, brother. Thank you. Also, we got Ron Mack. Welcome to the show, gentlemen. And I'm gonna go ahead and give you guys your piece and what you think about tonight's conversation.
So, Angry Man, you were looking from the watching from the chat, and thank you for being here tonight. What are your thoughts on Ace Metaphor? I know you love him. That's one of your mentors or mentees. So, tell us a little bit about it.
Ace Metaphor is a raging simp who tap dances for Scooby snacks and is perpetually in a state of seeking validation from women. And he thinks just because he says it passionately, it makes it right. But first of all, he said something that was illogical. He said that women got to stop settling for certain types of men. There's no such thing as a woman settling for a man. Doesn't exist. Well, for one, there's always going to be an expectation for a man to be more than his woman. So even if a woman gets with a man that she doesn't feel is up to par, there is still an expectation that he's supposed to do certain things, and whatever he's supposed to do is always more than what she has to do. So it's impossible for a man to be a woman to be settling for a man, because at the very least, just the fact that a man is expected to risk his life to protect a woman shows that she's not settling for a man. And let's be honest, you don't have to have any money to defend a woman. You can be flat broke and beat somebody up over a woman. So this idea that women are settling for men, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Appreciate you, man. Ron Mack is in the building. Ron, what are your thoughts? And then I got another video for you guys, because this is the next one going. Angry Man, I hope you're ready. But Ron Mack, go ahead with your thoughts.
You muted?
Yeah. Are you good? Okay. I'll come back to you.
Call or something.
Yeah, I'll come back to you. All right. So I'm gonna play this next video. Hope y'all ready. I hope I know you guys probably know the author. His name is I think is what's his name? Deontay or Dion? I don't know. Y'all will see him when I pull him up. And I'm gonna play his video here. And you think that Ace Metaphor is Sesame Street and simping compared to this guy. And the reason I say simping is because of like what Angry Man said. It's simping only because you're trying to get women's attention. You're trying to use that to make your bread. Ace Metaphor, as far as content, this guy right here, he wrote a book. So he's trying to make money off of it. And when you get into a woman's emotions, she'll pay. She'll pay. She'll give the money up. But I want y'all to see this real quick.
Ain't that the modern day preacher?
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, before you go, why don't you, Jay?
Jay, yeah. Go ahead, Jay. You muted, baby.
We can't hear you, darling.
Okay, can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I did want to I hate to fangirl, but I have never had the chance to be on a panel with Angry Man, and I've been a long time Angry Man fan. So I just wanted to say hi. I'm like really starstruck. I will say that I know that I'm the only female on the panel tonight. So I know that as much as I agree with most of your talking points, I know there's going to be some times where we're going to disagree. And I actually have already found one example of something that I guess I want to get your dispute on or your refutation. So you said that that the fact that men are expected to risk their lives to protect women automatically means that they are, I guess, that they're offering more to a woman than she offers to him. And though I do agree that a man is the catch in a relationship, I don't think it's quite as stark of a difference as you're making, because women sacrifice their lives in a different way through bearing children. Childbirth is a very dangerous thing that puts a woman's life at risk. And though I think for myself, I know I can't wait until the day that I do that for my man, but it certainly is a risk that we take as well. And then not to mention that we go through the childbirth, which is dangerous, and then the things that come afterwards that make us less physically attractive by nature. Our breast will sag, we'll have stretch marks and loose skin, things that a man will be turned off to. And we have postpartum, our hormones are fluctuating, all things that deter men and aren't attractive to you guys. So I think we put ourselves at a big risk as well when we're doing our part. I guess it's just what I mean.
Yeah, well, the only thing about that is, and I do agree with you, it is putting your life at risk when you get ready to have a baby. Not as much as it used to be, because nowadays it's a little more we have a little more we have a better track record of actually making sure that mothers don't lose their lives in childbirth. But the thing about with men, we don't just risk our lives when we're defending women. We actually risk our lives every single day, because everything that we do for the family in most cases is dangerous. In fact, we're sort of the catch-all for all of the danger. You feel what I'm saying? So if you're outside and you're like, oh my God, there's a snake, you're gonna run in the house and we have to run and go try to take out the snake, right? If we're outside jacking up the car to put, to change the oil or whatever, the car could fall on us and take us out. If we, climb up on the ladder to clean out the gutters, we could fall off the ladder. Like it's so many things that we do that we don't really think about as men because we're just so used to doing it, where we're always putting our lives in danger. And it's sort of designed that way because you have to give birth to the children and you have to continue to raise the children. So the male is always sort of this sacrificial lamb, to where if there's danger, we have to put ourselves in front of the danger so that you guys can survive and be able to continue to raise the children so our lineage will live on. So I agree that, when you give birth, there's a lot y'all got going on with, childbirth and then postpartum and all the emotions and stuff. There's a lot that y'all have going on, but I don't want to try to equate the two as far as who is in more danger. It's just a matter of fact that men are always putting ourselves in a dangerous spot for the sake of our woman and our family. You feel me?
Yeah, I can agree with that. But then I noticed there's some people in the comments that said, like, I guess Coach Ferg, when you're saying that a lot of Black women don't have medical issues during birth, I've made videos about that where I actually am inclined to agree. I think that talking point is sensationalized, but I also feel like, I also feel like the same way you might say, oh, only 30 out of 10,000 women die from childbirth. How many men die from stopping a burglar coming in the house? Like, and I'm not lessening that, but I'm saying, how often does that actually happen? So it's like, yes, it has the possibility to happen. If it were to happen, there is that expectation. But if you're going to use the point to say, oh, this extreme thing only happens a little bit of the time, if you're going to use that to refute the woman's point that her contribution is not as significant, then I think you should be fair to look at it from both sides. I don't often hear about men dying in the pursuit of protecting.
Most violence is most violence against men. There's a woman involved.
Let me ask this question. Let me ask this question real quick. Would you say that a lot of men usually lose their lives over stress-related illnesses?
I guess before you said that, probably not.
You do know that a lot of men lose their lives over stress-related illnesses. That's
I
actually
know
a thing.
Black people. I know that heart disease and is very prevalent among Black people as a whole. And there's things like high blood pressure, strokes, heart attacks, and so I guess all of those can be stress induced. So I think that makes sense.
I don't even think you got to go there with it though, angry man. Think about it, bro. Most violence, most gun violence, there's a woman involved.
Yeah, I mean, the point you're kind of illustrating the point that I was getting ready to make. One of the biggest dangers to a man's life is just dealing with women in general.
So
Like,
Ron,
after
Angry Man, you go ahead and hop in.
Like, men dealing with women is a dangerous it's a dangerous endeavor on numerous levels.
And I'll be playful for a second. If anybody went to see Mufasa, the thing that happened between Taka, who is Scar, of course, and Mufasa is that very thing. It was Sarabi. Sarabi caused the problem. Go ahead, Ron.
So I wanted to say that I was listening to Miss J when she was talking about, you know, how men don't necessarily have to protect you through robberies and things of that nature, right? I understand what she's saying, and that's true. But however, have you ever heard of this thing called security theater or theater security? You know what I mean? That's like just the presence alone is protection all by itself. And little do you may know that may prevent a lot of people even trying to even try your situation or come to your house, or because they see that there's a man there that's probably able to protect that situation. So they might think twice about that. So, you know what I mean? Just the presence alone is protection too. So that's all I'm
Yeah, and I wasn't discrediting the fact that a man does protect his woman, and I certainly feel more protected when I'm in the presence of my man. I was just trying to say specifically, because I don't like to debate really large, like too overgeneralized talking points, because there's too much room for nuance. So specifically to the point of, you know, men put their lives at risk more. I was just saying, if you're going to try to say, when I said something, because Angry Man has said he agreed with the idea that it is a risk for women to bear children. And then there was someone in the comments that was saying, oh, well, you know, women only die such amount of times during childbirth. I was just saying, to that point, how often do men actually die in the pursuit of protecting a woman? Not because of some conflict that's actually the result of natural and fine, but male ego. You and another man getting into an altercation over a woman is, unless she, I don't know, schemed and I don't know, created some sort of fake scenario or something. But if it's just an Angry Man, you yourself, you were just talking about your friend that went to prison for a long time for taking another man's life, that was cheating with his wife. At the end of the day, yes, that woman's terrible and she deserves no happiness or peace, but she certainly, it's not her fault that that man did that. At the end of the day, I do believe that, and I hope you guys will agree, as men or just as adults, period, you have to be accountable for your own actions. So I don't think it's fair to say that women are the cause per se of a lot of male conflict that may even result in violence. I think that is partially male ego and impulsivity.
Well, in that particular situation, my friend definitely shouldn't have did that. She definitely was the cause of it because she was married to him.
It's 22 hours.
And she cheated with another dude. So she may not have made him pull the trigger. She may not have made them bump into each other, but she was definitely the catalyst for it. And what's crazy is situations like that happen more often than you think. way more often than you think. In fact, my uncle, my mother's youngest brother, lost his life over the same situation. Same situation. Found out his wife was cheating, confronted the dude, got into a fight with him, was beating the dude up. His friend showed up, jumped him. He ended up losing his life. And that situation happens way more often than you think. And you know, the women may not be making the individuals get into it, but it was definitely the catalyst in the situation.
All right, so
Just hold on a second, black man. Just I want to make sure I answer your question to its fullest potential, because I really don't think that the information that we gave you satisfy what the real desire is. If I'm not mistaken, earlier you said that women give, birth. You know what I'm saying? They could probably die in childbirth, right? And to me, it sounds like, what is a woman's worth after her childbirth, right? Well, here's the thing. As humans, we all go through different stages of life. Like, the responsibility of a child is much different than the responsibility of an older man. It's the same reason why the responsibility of a younger woman in her childbearing years are different when it's a woman who's actually older. And what I usually tell younger women is that be more than just a childbearer. You have a responsibility to be your family's cheerleader. You know what I mean? A woman's responsibility to undergird her husband is her avocation. It's her vocation. It's her calling. Because in certain ways, when you get older, you're not going to be able to physically do the same things that you were going to be doing when you were younger. So it's up to you to develop yourself to be a better woman by having something encouraging to say. Because even if you physically can't do anything, your words alone can inspire other men or other people around you to make your community better. I'll give you an example. A lot of times we like to take a look at men as if their value is only in the things that they do, or if they died some kind of way, they died as a dog or whatever. I'll give you an example. My father passed away when he was 18, and he worked 3 and 4 jobs as long as I've known him. Matter of fact, I've helped him on several jobs, that he worked. He worked himself to death. And then when he passed away, it wasn't because he was drinking. It wasn't because he was smoking. It's because he was being a good man, and he worked himself to death. And it's the same story with the other men in our family. They just worked themselves to death. But you know what? You don't hear about those because that stuff is not sexy. It doesn't sell newspaper, and it doesn't validate somebody else's story of being a victim. That's the reason why you don't hear about stuff like that. So when I hear women talk about, childbearing or whatever, yes, when you ask to bear children at a younger age, that's your cross to bear. But I also say that, to steal a line from Ace Metaphor, talking about the Bible or whatever, sometimes you have to be able to be more than just a woman. Beauty is fleeting, but a woman who praises God is worthy to be praised. So I always tell women, don't always lean on your beauty. Be better than your beauty. Be more than just a pretty face and a cute body, because your value is more than that. And I think when we really get our women back to realizing that they're more than that, then we can actually move our families a little bit more forward, and we can keep our families intact instead of having women thinking that they're losing something because they feel like they're settling. And it goes back to the underlying conversation that we had earlier about what's the value of a man. What's a man's life worth to you? And a lot of times people don't realize what it's worth to them until they're gone. So I thought I'd speak up for the men who are no longer here, who spent their life protecting their family and didn't get anybody to speak up for them. So I thought I'd put that out there. But to other women, I challenge you to be better women, so that way you could be better women for not only your husbands, but for your families and your children as well.
But you know what? Let me just say this real quick too. One of the things I noticed that is done in this day and age is, like, if there's a talking point about something that men do, there's always like this 1-to-1 comparison, right? So when you say, okay, but women could possibly lose their life in childbirth, and you're 100% right. When my kid's mother gave birth to my oldest son, like I was afraid for her. You feel me? But whenever we do those comparisons like that, it just doesn't work, because if you try to compare the level of danger that a woman puts herself in just in her average life compared to the level of danger a man puts himself in, there's really never a comparison, right? But if you compare like what the brother was just saying, if you compare a woman being the best woman she can be, a man can't compete with that. There's no competition, because what she does to be a good woman is not the same as what a man does to be a good man. And I think a lot of times in this day and age, and I'm not saying you're doing that, but a lot of times in this day and age, women compare themselves to men on oh, he makes this amount of money, well, I can make this amount of money, or oh, he achieved this at his job, well, I can achieve this at his job. And it's weird because I don't really see women priding themselves on the things that women excel at that men don't excel at.
Right.
And see, I agree with that. I think that just to give a little more flair, I guess, to the conversation, because otherwise it would basically be an echo chamber. Because Black Man Unfiltered knows I mean, I'm not like a feminist type, so I'm usually trying to educate women on all the great things about men anyway. But I guess to maybe play devil's advocate, in the current society that we're in, a lot of playing fields have arguably been leveled in a sense of, for instance, a lot more women pursue higher paying careers and jobs. They don't do it the right way. A lot of times they end up, of course, going to school for however long and racking up a bunch of debt and stuff. But they will sometimes have more competitive salaries. A lot of women are training themselves on proper firearm handling and gun ownership. So the things that we more traditionally relied on men to do, to provide financially and to protect, women are finding alternative means to do. I feel like when men make the argument that, like you said specifically, that there's no possible way that a woman can settle for a man, not gonna lie, Angry Man, I think I need a little more clarification on that. Because if anything, whether it's money or anything like that, what if the woman is a woman of more sound character than that man? What if she's a person of more integrity than him, and he's a person that was maybe manipulating her or lying to her or something? You still feel as though he was still the catch in the relationship?
No, it's not a matter of him being the catch in the relationship. It's a matter of the way our society is structured. Our society is structured in a way where the woman is always the victim, right? So how can you propose that in order for her to settle for a man, the man has to be below her, right? So if she gets with a guy that turns out to be a bad guy, and as you said, manipulated her, how did he manipulate her if he was below her? You see what I mean? So if the woman is in a position to where she's being victimized, it's kind of hard to be victimized by somebody that's beneath you.
If nothing else, intellectually. I mean, he must have something. Because like Coach Ferg was just asking in the chat. I just lost it that fast. Oh, you said, why would a woman with sound character deal with a man with no character? Well, once again, you guys remember, like I think it may have even been you who said it, that we're looking at these things from different vantage points. So from your vantage point as a man, it may be difficult to understand how that can happen. But since I'm a woman, I have a slightly different a vantage point where I can tell you it very well can happen. Like women, we want love so badly. We want the love and affection and adoration of men so badly that sometimes we'll force ourselves to see things that aren't there. And then guess what? Not to be that guy, but there's a lot of men on the internet, not necessarily any of you, but there are a lot of men on the internet that say things like, hey, remember that you're lucky to have a man. So if he's effing up, just sit there, hold on, because you don't know, you're not that good yourself. So she's hearing these things and wanting something to be something that it's not anyway. That can easily turn to a situation where she may ignore red flags or honestly not even see them because she wants that affection. And people are in her ear saying, hey, you know, just because he did this one little thing, okay, you're not perfect. Come on, be patient, be, you know. So I think that can easily happen.
See, here's the problem with that. Here's the problem with that, right? And I hear what you're saying and I get what you're saying, but the only problem is when it comes to having like foresight, a lot of times women suck at foresight. You see me? So you got to ask yourself this question. The women that say, okay, in this situation, this woman settled because this guy wasn't where she thought he needed to be. But you got to ask yourself this question. What part of his journey did she meet him at? Because if a woman met me at 25, she might have looked at me like, wow, he ain't got his shit together. You feel me? But if that woman would have been like, okay, you know what? I know he's a man and I know he has the potential to do X, Y, Z. And let me look for character traits and not look, because let's be real, whenever a woman says she's selling, she's not talking about character. She's talking about his financial situation. She's talking about what he can do for her. She's talking about everything that she can benefit from that he does, right? And the problem is a lot of women, they will actually meet a guy that is on his way. He's on his journey to being the man that he's going to be, but he's not getting there fast enough for her. And so then she'll be like, well, you know, he's not where he needs to be or whatever. And it's like, okay, well, you can play that game if you want to, but I guarantee you there are a bunch of women that interacted with me at 25 that are probably like, damn. All I had to do was stick it out and ride or die. And I know in this day and age, women do not want to ride or die like at all. But it depends on where the man is in his journey, because the one thing that women don't realize about men is men do not become their fully realized selves until they're damn near 40. So if you meet a guy at 21, 22, 23, you're not supposed to have it together.
But see, doesn't that kind of go to my point though? So that it very well could be, and honestly, you might not even be arguing the point. I guess to say when you said that it depends on when you met a man in his journey. So I think sometimes I get the impression, I could be wrong, I get the impression from your content, because literally I know I watch every, like basically any live video you do, I'm gonna see. So I know sometimes I get the impression that you are basically saying that there's something wrong with a woman saying, okay, this guy is not where he should be to be able to be a person who can be a head of a household, to be the head of my family. So I'm just, hey, you know, I don't have to disparage him. I don't have to, you know, kick him and make him feel like crap. Oh, I think my camera might have died. But I do think that, okay. Yeah, I do think that it's a situation with am I still on?
Yeah,
okay, I'm so sorry. I couldn't see myself on there anymore. Okay. Yeah, I just think it's a situation where you know, men should probably get married a little later in their lives and women a little earlier in theirs. But I think that it's totally fair for a woman to say, hey, you know, something about this guy is not passing the sniff test. And I just don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Well, it's not, there's nothing wrong with a woman trying to have discernment to understand whether she's dealing with the right guy or not. The only problem is with most women, the things they're looking for is what the problem is. it's the criteria that they're using to decide whether the guy is a good guy or not. It's always something superficial. It's always something that is not like, that has nothing to do with his character really, but everything to do with his ability to earn in that moment, where he's at in life financially. Like it's always that
time and money management.
Yeah,
it's something when most guys at that age don't really have, and a lot of women come into the ballpark with that, and that's debt. Most brothers 21 to 30, they haven't even really established to accumulate a lot of debt. And as they start building in their work prowess, and this is why I think brothers could take advantage of it. If a woman doesn't want you while you're young, just work out, keep working, save your little money. And then when you get, believe me, about 40, like every man said, when that light bulb turn on, now you can choose to pick of the litter. And it's unfortunate that a lot of women, based on whatever statistic you pull up, have been having babies too early, too soon with dudes that they know he ain't even got no aspirations or dreams. Because a dude that's on his aspirations and dreams when he's young, he's overlooked. He's being told that he's nothing, he's weak.
And that
hurts the women.
That's the other thing. And I'm glad you brought that up, Coach Ferg, because I didn't even think about that. You got to think about it like this, right? Because on my show, I try to tell younger dudes, don't even try to get into no serious relationship. Like, focus on, if you in your early 20s, focus on you, focus on building yourself up, focus on those things. Don't even worry about no serious relationship. But on the flip side of that, you got women saying, well, I shouldn't settle for a dude that's beneath me, like Ace Metaphor said, but yet and still mad women is getting pregnant by bums.
Right.
So it's like, how do you rationalize that? It's like, okay, so this guy wasn't good enough for you to build a relationship with, but that nigga was good enough for you to get pregnant by?
Right.
But isn't that a straw man argument? I'm not sure if that's
not really.
I'm not sure if that's the proper logical fallacy to use, but I'm serious. Like, I could say that same thing about what you're saying about women. I personally don't know any women that have gotten, as far as in my friend group, of course, maybe like in my family and stuff, but in my friend group, I don't know any women that have gotten pregnant by bum guys or loser guys. So, you know what I'm saying? So that's like, that's just a certain type of woman. What about the good woman? What about the good woman who is in pursuit, or I shouldn't say in pursuit, because a woman should ideally let a man find her, but trying to market herself for good men. We could talk about the proverbial Pookies and Ray Rays, and then the Keishas, I guess, on the other end of it. But what about the good ones of us? Like, all of us don't fit into those negative categories. Like, good women do deserve to have good, competent men alongside them, and of course, vice versa.
Jay,
I think
jump in there for a second.
I agree with you.
They're unable to
Jay,
choose.
go ahead, Prototype. Go ahead.
So somebody said their foresight sucks. Like, women cannot choose. Like I said earlier, I never heard a woman say, I want to discipline in a man with integrity. I've never heard a woman say that. So like they'll say a bunch of other stuff. The criteria is wrong, and they're just not smart enough to pick. I ain't gonna say smart enough. They're just not able to pick what's quality or not. You know what I'm saying? They could get lucky, you know what I'm saying, but they're just not able to pick it. So I don't think they know that they're picking the Pookies and Ray Ray. Some of them do, but they're not smart enough to pick it.
Now, Arpain, I'm gonna let Arpain go, but after Arpain, I need you guys
to be real quick. I think one of the things we miss is that women in a lot of ways are superficial like men, from the standpoint that men, most men, if they're going to go as pursue a woman, they want to have sex. But a woman will say it differently, because they say, well, this guy doesn't attract me right away. And that's a euphemism of saying that a lot of their criteria is sexual. They're a lot, and we overlook that. So even a woman who's accomplished, sometimes she won't even give a man a chance if he doesn't sexually make her feel good when she sees him. right? They ain't waiting around for the character. They ain't waiting. That's why they get trapped all the time, because the aesthetics mean a lot to women. And I don't think we pay enough attention to that, because they say a lot of other stuff, but that's how they get caught with the Pookies and Ray Rays, because the last thing you can say is those guys are ugly. They could be a gang leader. They could be a cop. They could be somebody who's in charge of something. That attracts certain women. You know, it's not all women, but it's enough of them to make a difference. And the good women have a tendency to hide behind all the bad, you know, in such that they don't speak out enough. They don't make themselves, you know, out there. And those are the ones who are talking about, I don't want to settle. So they'll overlook the guy who's on his way because he's not at the finish line. Right? And so it's a vicious cycle. That's the way I see it. I mean, it's just a vicious cycle going around and around.
Now, I want to because I want to go back to the conversation, but before we do, I want you guys to see this. All right, the women are going to ask.
Oh my God, not this dude.
The women are going to ask questions. He's going to answer the questions, and then we're going to discuss it and add to, and get lost in translation in here right after this. Here we go, man. I hope you're ready, Angry Man.
For your partner. What do you say to men who don't understand exactly what it means to be a man?
Well, it's very difficult. First of all, it's difficult to explain this to what you're probably referring to is what I refer to as grown males. There's a huge difference between being a grown male and being a man.
Somebody ought to shout it. Right there.
So every
talk to us about that difference.
Okay,
yes.
so every man that you meet is a male, but not every male that you meet is a man.
Hello, somebody.
So your man.
That's what he did that for.
Me is about his conscious knowing that he has been sent here to be a servant leader. So you all come first. So whenever you come in the room, you don't have to ask a man whether he is a man or not. He will show you who he is based on what he does. So a man comes in the room to say, sister, you need me to get that?
Right.
I got that. No, put that down. I got that. Grown male walks into the room looking to serve himself first.
A grown male.
A grown male.
It's a
So
difference,
a
guys.
man looks to be of service. A grown male looks to be served.
Oh! Listen, I'm almost about to walk out. I can't believe. I don't know what else to do. I need you to seriously.
Yes,
This is
this is
real.
the
I
real
think
thing.
a lot of women are in relationships with grown males and in marriages with grown males. And then you end up getting divorced because you were in a marriage with a grown male.
Exactly
and
that.
not a man.
Exactly that. So here's what I want you to think of.
All right.
Think of yourself. Think of yourself in a relationship, in a home, in a bed with a boy who is 15 years old, who just took over the body of a 35-year-old male. That's really what that equates to.
Yes.
Wow.
Go ahead. No. Come on.
Iyana Banzant said one time, which really resonated with me. She said that sometimes when people go through trauma, whatever age that they're at, they stay there if they don't heal from it.
Yeah.
So
that's right.
So in that instance, a lot of our men are lacking this fatherhood that you were speaking of in the break.
That's right.
Could this be what is happening with our men, that they're never really healing from those wounds, from not having the man in their life, and they just carry on
throughout life?
His development was arrested at whatever that age was. So he stopped matriculating into manhood at that point.
Yes.
So let me give you an example.
Let us breathe. Yeah.
I was going to stop it right there anyway. Go ahead.
This Negro, and I didn't mean to tell you to stop it. I just couldn't.
No. I was going to stop it right there anyway. I'll stop it right there anyway. Go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, we knew Robert was a sucker when he was sitting in that house, when he was sitting in the Huxtable's house, and Vanessa wasn't even there. Like we knew he was a sucker back then, right? And I bet any amount of money Sally Richardson pegs him. I bet you any amount of money. So, first of all, the same way he can sit here and say, well, Ayanna Van Zant said that, you know, when boys don't have their father in their household, they get traumatized at a certain age and they get arrested development. Well, Shahrazad Ali said that most women don't age past 14. And that's probably because of the not the trauma of their mother not being there, but the trauma of their mother being there. Now the funny thing about it is I'm sitting there watching you. You saw the reaction from those women. That's why he does that. Because the arrested development that he doesn't want to talk about is his arrested development, where it comes to him constantly trying to please his mama. So what he does is he makes statements like that. He says goofy stuff like that because he expects the women to constantly give him that validation. That's him as a grown man still trying to get the approval of his mama. I have a theory that most simps are guys that could never get the approval of their mothers when they were younger. Like they had mamas that was always talking trash to them, always telling them, clean your room and you just like your father and all that, kind of like the Doughboy situation on Boys in the Hood, right? Where she said, you ain't gonna be nothing, just like your father. Like sometimes dudes will then try to seek that validation from women that they're dating. Now, the thing that he said that was idiotic, and we're taught this in society, which is wrong. It is categorically wrong. He said a grown male will seek to serve himself and a grown man will serve everybody else. I mean, yeah, will serve everybody else. If he had any damn sense, he would know you can't serve nobody if you ain't straight. You can't do nothing for nobody. This is why when you get on a plane and they telling you about the oxygen mask, they say you put the mask on yourself first, even if you got a small child. Because if you unconscious, how you going to do something for the child? And this is the reason why back in the day, daddy got the big piece of chicken. This is the reason why daddy was served his food first, because if he's not straight, the rest of the family ain't going to be straight. So this idea that he has of, oh, well, I have to serve everybody before myself. It's the main reason why you have men nowadays suffering from depression, living quiet lives of desperation, just in all of these goofy situations, because they've been taught to just forget about themselves and make sure everybody else is straight. No, a man needs to make sure he's straight before he tries to help anybody.
Thanks.
I want to hear from Mr. Bennett.
Mr. Bennett, yeah, I was just you think.
Yeah,
Mr.
yeah,
Bennett, what are your
man.
thoughts?
Well, he lost me a bit when he talked about basically the role of a man is to serve a woman. That kind of took me. But I would say this. I do think that the ultimate goal of a man is to serve others, primarily to serve as God and to do the right thing, regardless of if the woman in his life or the men in his life disagree. Because I think God put us on, from my beliefs, that God put us on to serve. But to Angry Man's point, you cannot serve unless you've been taught to do so.
Right.
So part of becoming a man is that development in all aspects. And if you're not whole, then how can you be expected to serve other people? So I think ultimately a man is one who again, walks uprightly. And you're not going to please everybody when you do that. In fact, you may not please most. But it's not about kowtowing to others just to gain their approval, whether it be your mother, the woman in your life, your daughters, or whoever else. Man's journey, I think, ultimately is his own, with his maker or whatever his belief system is. And those who want to go along with him, then they have to align with that. But if you're looking to simply just serve just to be liked, then again, that's to me, that's a bit of arrested development. That's not what a man is. So ultimately, a man is about what is my purpose in life, and me working towards that, and hopefully in pursuit of that, then others will benefit from that. But that has to be about what I'm doing. So when I talked about earlier about even with a young man, I want to see, do you have purpose? Now I understand you're still figuring those things out, but are you working towards that? I think is the important thing. But yeah, I certainly agree that the guy is definitely there to get the approval, again, seeking approval. And it could be, as Angry Man said, it could be he wants his mother's approval. I don't know. This is the first time I heard the guy.
But see, that's what he's talking about. He's not talking about serving women. He's talking about pleasing women. That's what he's talking about.
That's a good breakdown. Appreciate that. Thank you.
He's talking about serving them. And anybody that knows anything about being a man is, in most cases, while you are being a man, you're going to be disliked. You're going to be disliked by your family. You're going to be disliked by your children. Sometimes you're going to be disliked by your wife, because you're going to have to make the tough decisions that everybody isn't always going to agree with.
100.
And if you have that mentality like he does, you ain't going to be able to make them tough decisions, because you're too busy trying to figure out, is she cool with what I'm getting ready to do? If she's not cool with it, I ain't going to do it. Like he is a henpecked, you know what I'm saying? A straight up henpecked, pea-whipped little boy. You feel what I'm saying? And then you got somebody in the chat room saying a husband is a servant leader. Servant leader is an oxymoron. Like you're not, look, as a leader, it can be considered service to people, but you're not a servant. That's not, it's not the same thing. And trying to combine those two things, it's just women trying to figure out a way to usurp men's power. I want you to be the leader when I want you to be, but then I want you to be under me when I want you to be. So it's like, yeah, you lead when you pay these bills. You lead when I need you to protect me from somebody. You lead when I need you to do the dangerous stuff, but don't be telling me what to do.
Facts.
That's when you supposed to be the servant. So that's where the servant leader comes from. Serve when I don't want to be bossed around, but lead when I need you to do something that benefits me. Like, nah, that's not how that works.
Handyman security.
Prototype. I see you in the chat, brother.
I mean, I don't agree. I mean, he's not completely wrong, but you're not completely right either, because I think women's brain turn off when they with you. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, a woman always want to be told what to do, how to do it. You know, that's the problem. It's like they don't function on their own without being told what to do. That's the annoying part. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I just don't agree. Like they want your leadership to always benefit them, yes, but I think the annoying part about women is you have to teach them everything as if they know nothing. And that's the annoying.
And y'all, I see y'all in the chat room quoting the Bible.
Wrong.
I don't think that's in the Bible. That's why I gotta ask that. I don't think what you said is in the Bible.
That's not
biblical at all.
If you can find in the Bible where God says that that a woman's husband has to serve him, I mean, a woman's husband has to serve her. If you can find that in the Bible, please give me the scripture. The one thing that God said is that a man should love his wife. Love, not serve, love. Love his wife the way Christ loved the church. But one thing is for certain.
The most ultimate act of service to the church, though, Angry Man, by this act of service of giving his life. And I think the word, and I put in the chat, I don't know if you saw it, I think the reason why the word serve is hitting your ear wrong is because you associate service with like a subordinate role. It's just like even when you said the word servant, you said, yeah, a man should serve his family, but he's not a servant. But you know that's just playing semantics. Like maybe there's just something about the way that hits your ear that is maybe it just doesn't settle well with you, but I think the words still mean the same thing. Like everyone has a role to play in how they serve their family. Both adults serve the family.
Here's where the problem is coming in, right? The problem is we have already had an understanding of this for a very long time. It hasn't been until recently that women are trying to redefine everything in a suitable way to give them equal footing with men. So first and foremost, when you look at Genesis, you look at the Bible, most people don't want to go into the first creation part of it. The first creation part of it, God made man and woman on the same day. And that woman, people don't really go into all of that. That woman was Lilith. She did not want to serve Adam. She did not want to be subordinate to Adam. She wanted to be Adam's equal. And that's not the way God wanted it to be. So she ended up doing what she did and getting banished from the garden. So the second time God said, okay, to fix this situation, I'm going to take Eve from Adam's rib. Now, it's significant why he did that. He did that so that woman couldn't say, well, I'm the same as you because God pulled us both from the earth and made us both from clay, made us both from mud. No, you came from Adam. So Adam is your superior. Now, that right there, that word ain't going to hit your ears right. It ain't going to hit no woman's ears right. But Adam is Eve's superior. Now, the reason why they got in trouble and got punished, because at first they were immortal. The reason why they got punished, if you read it, it says, Adam, because you have hearkened onto your what?
Woman.
He got punished for following her because God mandated what he was supposed to do, and he was supposed to do what God told him to do, not what his woman told him to do. So when he did that, when he did that, he got punished to have to work and live and die. And the woman, which goes back to what you was just talking about, which is the reason why you risk your life in childbirth. God punished the woman for what she did because she deceived her husband by giving her the penance of having to experience death just to give life. So when you're looking at the concept of leader, it ain't servant leader. It ain't service to anybody. No, Adam, man, is the leader of his family. Flat out. The same way God is the leader of man. God doesn't serve me. He does a lot of things that I benefit from, but he don't serve me. I'm beneath him. God, man, woman, child. That's the hierarchy. That's the order of life. There's no ifs, ands, and buts about it. So nowadays, you got an army of simps, because that thing he said about servant leader, Sharon said that same goofy shit to me a week ago. Used them exact words, servant leader. There's no such thing as a servant leader. It doesn't exist. It only exists in our fantasy of thinking that it's possible for a leader to also be a servant. Are there things that leaders do that benefit everybody? Yes. But if you want to find out if a leader is a servant, start bossing him around.
Now, I want to say real quick, Angry Man, because I got a special guest in the back. I want to bring up my brother from another mother, man. We started this thing together. But I do want to say this because he is in the word too, just like the rest of you guys. Titus 2, and Mr. Bennett always holds me accountable with the word, but I want to read it right here before we bring him up. It says similar, Titus 2, starting in verse 3. Similar, teach the older women to live in the way that honors God. They must not slander others or be heavy drinkers. Instead, they should teach others what is good. These older women must train the younger women to serve and love their husbands and their children, to live wisely and to be pure, to work in their homes, to do good and to be submissive to their husbands. Then they will not bring shame on the word of God. All right, that's Titus chapter 2, verses 3 through 5, I think. All right, my brother from another mother's in the building, ladies and gentlemen. I want to bring him up, man. Y'all, we ain't seen him in a while because he's been out working and working and working. But I want to bring him up, man. My brother Sir Hill is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. What's going on, my
Yes, it's in the building.
What's going on? Why?
Welcome, Sir Hill.
Hey, salute, my brother. How are you, man?
Yes, sir. Good to see you, my guy.
Lost in translation, our pain, Mr. Bennett, prototype, Coach Ferb, the angry man. What's up, Ron? How are you guys?
All right. Doing good. Good to see you, Sir Hill.
How you?
Good to see you guys.
And for the record, you know, I was saying it to be facetious, but there ain't no verses in the Bible that tell a husband to serve his wife. But there are plenty of verses that tell a wife to submit and serve her husband. Countless. If you can find, I want anybody in the chat room, I want somebody to find me the verse. Find me the verse where God mandates that the husband serve the wife. I want you to find that for me.
Sir Hill.
Well, so the Bible doesn't specifically say don't do drugs, but we derive that from our from the God telling us to be sober, right? So the word doesn't have to explicitly say something for it to mean that thing. With that being said, when Ephesians tells husbands to love their wives even as Christ loves the church, this echoes something stated in Matthew chapter 20, verse 28, when Jesus says that he came here to serve and not to be served. So it is indeed a trait of leadership to serve. So hence the servant leadership. Now, Angry Man, what we do agree at is people take that to mean they can contort servant leadership to mean what they want it to mean. And that's the problem that we have, particularly when people talk about this. I call them pseudo-psychologists. When they say these terms and they have a meaning that isn't consistent with leadership or with servitude. So a lot of times when people say, you know, men are supposed to be servant leaders, what they really mean is you're supposed to lead based on the definition I have about leadership and serve me based on my own particular interests. It has nothing to do with where the man is going, has nothing to do with the principles he's lived by. And I think that's why the conversation is imbalanced, because when we say that, we're really arguing with this contemporary ideal of what servant leadership is, that it doesn't have any biblical roots.
Okay, here's the thing with that, and I agree with the last part, but to take the interpretation of telling a man to love his wife the way God loved, the way Christ loved the church, and then to take the verse where Jesus talks about being of service, right? What my grandmother taught me was Deuteronomy 4:2. Which is, do not add to what I command you and do not subtract from it, but keep the commands of the Lord your God that I give you. So if it say for the wife to submit, but it don't specifically say for the husband to serve, that's what I'm going to do.
Now, Angry Man, you don't believe that what you said at all. It is a good argument. It is a good argument back and forth, but we both know that in leadership, you are serving a purpose and you're leading those into what you believe. You have to be of service as a husband. You have to be of service as a father. You have to be of service as somebody who is a public servant. So we don't mean this that we serve on the same level, but certainly you're not going to make the argument that just because you don't see the specific words that you can't derive the same meaning. Angry Man, certainly you're not going to do that.
Oh, yes, I can. The church I went to growing up made a point of that. You couldn't be adding nothing to it, and if you and we used to get chewed out about trying to give our own interpretation of the word.
So let me ask you this question. So do you understand the concept of hermeneutics?
No, break it down for me.
Okay. So this is, we can read the text and it can mean, heck, let's take your example then. Let's take your example. There is a scripture in, I want to say Colossians, that tells servants to obey your masters.
Yeah.
This scripture that if you look at, I think it was Nat Turner, I believe, that story where they hired a black preacher to go around preaching to the other slaves to obey your masters because this is right. They took the literal word that the scripture had and conflated it to mean that whatever the slave masters did, particularly those who were egregious, who did some of the most heinous crimes, that they were supposed to just submit to that without question because it was in the Bible. Hence, we have hermeneutics, which helps us to understand that it was never supposed to be that anybody is supposed to submit to any form of abuse. But when we don't have hermeneutics and we don't understand the word, we take its literary meaning and we make our own meaning to it, even though it didn't mean that very thing. Okay, so I'm saying that to you, that in our churches, because something was said, heck, I saw churches of black men, you can attest to this, that, you know, the Bible don't say women can give head to their men. So as a result, the Bible don't say it, you can't do it.
Okay, but here's the problem.
Hold on, angry man. I'm simply pointing out that it is easy to read the word from a literary perspective without coming from it from a hermeneutical perspective to get an understanding of what it really means. And then through the black church, you add a nice hoop and holler to it. And we say stuff like, this is what my church said, when we can't really say that this is what the Bible meant. And that's a big distinction that we got to come to when it comes to us interpreting biblical text.
Okay, but one, that is people taking a verse from the Bible and giving their own interpretation of it, which is what I was just talking about. I was against. Number two, the Bible says you can't serve two masters. And God is the ultimate master. So if you know for a fact that God is the ultimate master and you can't serve two masters, that nullifies that verse in the first place.
It nullifies which verse?
The one you were just talking about.
Well, it doesn't. No. So these are two different things. The Bible also tells us to obey the laws of the land, right? So it doesn't nullify. Like, so we don't want to use the word to discredit the word.
No, what I'm saying is, if you have the verse in the Bible that tells you to obey your earthly masters, but you also have a verse in the Bible that says God is the master and you are not to serve two masters. You also have the verses in the Bible that talk about having no God before thee. Right? So if you see constantly that God is saying he is a jealous God and have no masters before him, that part of the Bible, see, here's the thing with me when it comes to the Bible, right?
No, but angry man, no. This is why hermeneutics is important, because it says there's only one Father. But aren't you one? Oh yeah, I got you. Yeah.
You know what that means.
Because context matters.
But you know what that means, though.
But right, we know what that means. Hermeneutics. That's my exact point. If
okay,
you read it from a literary,
let's agree on the context that matters, right? Let's agree there before y'all go too much deeper. Let me just say this for a second, because we know when people say servant leader in the contemporary vernacular out in public, we know what they mean. They're trying to equate servant and leader. I mean, the original point Angry Man made, but biblical or not, is that when we hear certain people say servant leader,
don't be up an angry man. I'm getting them tonight.
Okay, you can get back at it. But the really point is the kind of same thing when we hear women say partner, right? In terms of a relationship, that's different than a man wanting a wife, right? Because men generally don't say, I want a partner, I want a wife. Right. And I looked up in the Bible, you know, they mentioned partner in the context of a covenant marriage in just one little small little snippet. But that's not what a marriage is. It's not a partnership. It's a covenant with God. Right. So, but when women say partner, they actually mean something partner, something secular. Right. You do your shit, I do my shit. And once you stop doing your thing, I'm gone. That's what it sounds like to me when women say partner.
Yeah, our pain. I totally agree with that. The idea that a marriage is not it's not synonymous with a partnership. A marriage is a covenant between man, woman, and God, and it has a certain hierarchy to it. And that's just the bottom line. It's God, then the husband, then the wife, and of course, like the family underneath that, the children underneath that. So I think that's important. Words are important. To Angry Man's point, words are important and they have meaning. And then obviously to what Sir Hale is saying as well, the Bible, your walk, your faith as a Christian is a big part of it is your discernment and things that God blesses you with, the insight that he blesses you with, to be led by the Spirit. And that kind of comes with your ability, or that will provide you the ability to figure out exactly what the Bible's trying to say, because sometimes the words do get a little muddy together. But I think that comes with the discernment, by being led by the Spirit, and you'll be able to understand what God wants you to actually do.
The problem with the whole concept of servant leader is the intention of that term.
And that we agree on.
Okay, so the intention of that term is to take away power or to usurp power, right? So it's kind of like a shepherd. All right, a shepherd is leading his flock. He's leading the flock. Now, he is in service in the sense that he's doing something that is benefiting the flock, but he's not allowing the flock to lead him. He's not allowing the flock to tell him what direction to go in. And when you hear women, modern women, speaking about servant leader, that's what they're talking about. They're not talking about, oh, he's a great leader, and because he's a great leader, we're benefiting from what he's doing. That's not what he's talking. That's not what they're talking about. What they're talking about is, yeah, you're a figurehead. We're going to call you leader, and we're going to consider you leader because that's the right thing to say in polite society. But at the end of the day, I'm not really following you. We're the same. So I'm going to go this direction when I feel like it. And sometimes if I feel like going your direction, that's what I'm going to do. That's what they're talking about. And it's this new age forked tongue language where we're now taking things and changing them around and combining them to give old things new meaning. And it's a very satanic thing, because it's the language of deception, if that makes sense.
That makes a ton of sense. And that's why I came up. So Angry Man, that's exactly my sentiments as well. That's exactly it. So when you say this to men, if we're just having this conversation, we know exactly what we mean by this. You take it outside of the concept of men who want to be men and leaders, and it's something completely different. So we agree on that part. But that's why I came up. The gentleman you played earlier, BMU, with what he was saying with the ladies about what a male is versus a man, all of that was utterly ridiculous. And I don't like to hear things like that, because what it does is it takes on these real things like this, like arrested development and these males. But the problem that I have is we've afforded people to say stuff about men and not examine what exactly is being said. If you say that a lot of these males are arrested developed, right? Look, they start from arrested development. What you are stating is that these men have in some way been traumatized. And as a result of them being traumatized, they are stuck. Now, instead of, if this was vice versa, we would say, well, the lady's been through something, right? This woman needs some therapy. She needs, a society that helps her to understand and give her some empathy. But you can say the very same thing about men, and nobody ever challenges and says, if he's suffering from arrested development, what was so bad about his youth or development that he got stuck there? What was so overwhelming? And then who helped him out? It's like we afford people to go on platforms and say stuff, and the core issue that might make him stuck in where he is never gets addressed. We just get that's amen. You said a word right there. And that's not a time for us to be like, oh, you preaching right now. It's a time to say this man might need some actual help, right? Because men are arrested developmentally. But why? And then what are we doing to help them?
Yeah.
And see, that's one thing.
Go ahead, Jay.
Okay. And that's one thing, Angry Man, if I may, that I do want to kind of ask you about, or I guess maybe poke into your psyche about. I understand that your channel was developed for, a safe place, a safe space for men to, to talk freely and things like that. And I totally get that. I talk all the time about how women should let men have their spaces and not usurp them. But like Sir Hale was just saying, is there never any truth to the concept that some men really do suffer from arrested development and really do need, whether it's, I guess somebody in the chat said therapy, or maybe they need a spiritual mentor and this kind of thing? Like sometimes it feels like, whether you're saying it purposely this way or not, sometimes it feels like you're just like you totally absolve men of, or not, I shouldn't say that. More so that you make it seem as though there's never any wrong men. Like you make it seem like they're not doing, like that they're not failing to meet up to a standard sometimes. It's like that it's always a woman's problem when a man is not, I guess maybe performing. And that could be whatever that looks like. It doesn't have to be money all the time or something like that, but just not reaching self-actualization. Sometimes I get the impression, I just want you to clarify for me, like that it seems like you make it seem like if a man has an issue, it has to be because of a woman. If nothing else, if for no one else, because of his mom. You know what I'm saying? It was either his mom, or it was his girlfriends, or it was his ex-wife, or his past baby mama. And so I just kind of feel like, is that what you're, I don't believe that's what you're trying to say, I guess is what I'm saying. So can I just get some clarification?
Men are born wrong. We're wrong from the moment we come out of the womb. We're wrong all the way into adulthood. The last thing men need from me is to continuously tell them that they're wrong, as opposed to telling them what they need to do to get right. So what I focus on is telling them what they need to do to get right, instead of telling them they're wrong. I don't need to beat up on men any more than they're already beat up on. The world is already beating up on them. The world has already beat them into a point where they don't even want to express themselves because of the trauma from just being beat up by the world. Literally, when we're children, if a little girl hurts herself or cries or something, we're going to console that little girl. The little boy cries, we tell him to stop crying and toughen up. Stop crying before I give you something to cry about. Like we are beaten into this sort of state where we're afraid to express anything. You have men that truly believe that crying is not even a manly thing. You have men that will proudly say, I've never cried a day in my life. And you know why? Because they don't want to be ridiculed. But it's funny because the real thing is, and the better question is, why is it women never do anything wrong? Because that's really what we deal with in society now. We don't deal with people not willing to admit that men do things wrong. If I get on a panel, and we could literally be on a panel talking about the possibility that a woman did something wrong, in some kind of way, that conversation shifts into what men ain't doing right. Happens every time. Men are the sin eaters. So for me to, I could sit up there, I could get on my stream and beat up on the men, and I do sometimes. But there's no shortage of that. And by the way, Sir Hale, our pain kind of rescued you for a second there, because we were going to really get into it with the slave master debate, because I I got a little taste of that debate, just a little bit. Darpain ruined it, but it's all good.
I did that on purpose. I did it on purpose. We could set this thing up today, sir.
You know what? Hold on, y'all. I want to make sure we keep the main thing. Here's my situation, Jay. I want to touch on something for you, darling. Here's the situation. Sometimes we have to be aware of what's known as the algorithm. You know, what has been programmed in us, and over the board, it seems as if there's an underlying program that men are bad and women are good. You know. And it takes a thinking person to override that. If you go back and watch the video, when the man was saying whatever he was saying, what I heard was a little bit different from what everybody else heard. When he was saying that a male with this and that or whatever, what he was doing was he was relieving the women the responsibilities that they're supposed to be doing something in a relationship. And he was championing that by taking the focus off of them and placing it on the men. I'll give you an example of how that works out in real life. Gentlemen, if I look across the board and I ask every last one of you, what is the role of a man? I assure you, in concert, each man will say to protect and provide without question. Okay? Now, my thing is this: if you ask the same question to women, what is the role from women? I assure you, you will get different things. And I think that is the issue. I don't think this world has the courage enough to stand up and tell women, this is who you're supposed to be. And you're supposed to be proud of it. But the thing about it is, most of the women that I've seen have been preoccupied with wanting to be or holding the responsibility of men. They've gotten away from being what makes them what a woman is so special, that they've moved that to the side and say, look, I want to hold some type of relevance. So if I can do anything a man can do, that makes me a better woman. No, it makes you a lousy woman. Because it'll be the same way if a man says, I can go back and do anything a woman can do. No, it makes you a sorry man because you've forgotten your purpose. And I don't think the problem with that is that we don't actually hold women accountable at the moment that they're supposed to be held accountable. In these conversations with this man sitting at the table, there should have been another man there to actually push back against what he was saying. But we already know that's not good content and that's not good TV. And somebody might just call you out on your BS. You see what I'm saying? So imagine if he was having this same conversation, but Angry Man was sitting at the table. But Sir Hale was sitting at the table to check him by saying, you know what, that's good and everything that y'all saying that the man's supposed to do this and he's arrested development and all this other stuff. But at the end of the day, women have gotten away from what makes them great. When was the last time you heard a woman get up publicly and praise a man who was not their husband or they couldn't benefit from that? It's rare. But men get up all the time and praise women that they have nothing to do with for the simple fact that they want validation. And I think that's the issue. But for some strange reason, women champion men who want them to walk away from being what makes them great women. You know, I don't understand why that would benefit women when it doesn't really necessarily give them the security or allow them to be the best versions of themselves as a woman. And we have these conversations all the time. We ask, well, what is a woman? If anybody could be a woman, then being a woman isn't worth being anything. You see what I'm saying? We had these conversations where men put on wigs and dress up or whatever, and anybody could sign up to be a woman. But really, could you have a child? No, you cannot. You're not a woman. You can put on the uniform, but that doesn't make you a woman. It's the same way like a lot of women want to put on the uniform of being a man, but that doesn't make you a man. Why not be the best version of who you are supposed to be and embrace that instead of trying to be something that you're not? And I think that is the issue that we have when we have these conversations, is because we get away from asking ourselves, how can I be the better version of myself that God made me who I was, instead of saying, hey, I'm going to shave a little bit of this off, or I'm going to add to this, and then I'm going to be somebody who I want to be versus what God wants us to be. And then we turn around and ask God, well, God, how come you don't love me? You know what I'm saying? Because you didn't bless me the way I thought you should bless me. Well, God was like, I thought you loved me, for just being here, giving you life. And you went back and you altered my masterpiece. And you want me to be happy about that. I think we have to start asking ourselves the questions, are we really satisfied with who we are? And if we're not, we need to get back to figuring out exactly how can we do that instead of blaming somebody else for our situation and not being the better version of ourselves, or asking someone else, hey, look, I need some help with something. And it speaks to what Sir Hill talked about earlier about men. Women want men to be ready at a certain stage. But here's the thing. A lot of times women don't understand there's a lot of ingredients that go into making a man, especially with leadership. When you're younger, you're not really in charge of anything. So how can you be a leader? I didn't have my first taste of being in a leader until I turned about 25 when they made me a supervisor at the bank. And then my mentor's job told me, he said, your first job is to find your replacement. That was the first time I ever heard about that. But at 25, I had no idea. Nobody ever told me about that. So I'm still supposed to learn my job and be on the lookout for my replacement. That's going to keep me busy for a long time. But my thing is those are the conversations that a lot of women are not privy to when they're carrying around and passing judgment on men, saying, hey, you're not a good leader. Well, my thing is there's some men who have been battle tested, but you never even ask the question, hey, could you give me a time where you've been put in a position to lead? No, you automatically look at them and say, you're not a leader, when you haven't even asked the question. So it's always better to have more information to make a judgment call than it is for you to just make up some stuff along the way and then pass judgment. And that's the reason why a lot of women pass over men, is because they never ask the right questions. They always assume, and they put themselves in a situation that's not advantageous. So there are steps that men go through that develop them into becoming the man that they're going to be. Now, I will tell you this, when men get married younger, they actually are better men as they get older because they've had more time and more skill into dealing with women, because they've had to navigate there for a longer time versus somebody who say, hey, look, I'm just going to put women off altogether. I'm going to be the best version of myself. I'm going to go out and do this. And then when I come around women, I'm going to be ready. Not necessarily, because what you don't practice, you don't get good at. You see what I'm saying? And sometimes you can learn how to be a dad and a husband at the same time. Sometimes you can learn to be a husband and to be a father at the same time. Sometimes you can be a wife and a mother to learn it at the same time. And I think a lot of times women put that off and say, hey, I'm going to go ahead and get my career. Then I'll be ready to be a wife, or I'll go ahead and just not be a wife and I'll be a good mom. But sometimes when you substitute certain things, it's going to make you bad at something else. And we shy away from it because we don't think we can do a lot of things at the same time because it's uncomfortable. Well, I'm here to tell you, life is uncomfortable, period. Nobody gets out of life alive. So as long as you're here, enjoy the ride.
Can I ask Jay a question? Is she there?
Sure.
So Jay, let me ask you this question. What would you say shows you that a male has transitioned from being a boy to a grown man?
You might not like my answer, because one of the first things that comes to my head is, I don't know, denial of self, but not in a way, not this lowly, I think nothing of myself way, more so in a, I don't know, like that he puts the needs of the people. I mean, for instance, like myself, like if you're my man, I would think you are worthy of being my man when my needs as your woman, they may, and I don't mean needs as far as things that I like or enjoy. I mean things that I may actually need. Like if I need things from you, like that you know what? Long story short, sacrifice. The ability to sacrifice. That's what I was taking.
Sacrificial. So
Yes.
okay, so you said something, so now I got to get the caveat. Are you answering based on what a man is to you or in general? Because what I'm asking is what would make a person look at a male and say, okay, he's no longer a boy, he is definitely a man now. Would you still say it's sacrificial, his ability to sacrifice?
Yes, I would. And the reason I know that I would is because I have a younger brother, and he's in his early 20s, and I love him to death, and I would so tell him this. I feel like to me, he's not quite at that fully grown man threshold. He's very, very, and that could be from him being the baby of the family, but I think it just comes from a level of maturity that he just hasn't reached yet. He's very selfish. He doesn't always consider others when he does things. He kind of expects, I don't know, he expects things to kind of just flow his way without always putting forth the effort and the grit to make those things happen. So I think that, and of course there are some things he does in a way that would be considered manly, but that full actualization of a man, I don't think he's reached yet, because he's not willing to sacrifice for those around him and people that he's close to. I haven't seen him do that.
Okay. So in the same token, what would you say makes a female no longer a girl, but a woman?
I would say the same thing. I think that to be a good partner on either side of the spectrum, to be a good potential wife or to be a good potential husband, comes with sacrifice. That's why, even though you said you disagreed with my definition from way earlier, that's why I gave the definition that I did. I said that the difference to me between a male and a man and a female and a woman is the ability, the determination to sacrifice certain things about themselves for the greater good of, for the greater good, period. As a female, I know that I can be a little chaotic in nature. I know I can be a little emotional. And for instance, just to get a little personal, my man is he's currently enrolled in school, and it's a very fast paced program that requires tests almost every other day and a lot of studying. And I could be going around the house being my womanly self, nagging about every sort of thing and getting annoyed by everything and giving attitude or whatever else, because that does come very naturally to me as a woman. I can find fault in almost anything. But I feel like as a woman, and not just a female, I've trained myself in a way to make sure that I'm being helpful and not being selfish to make everything about me. And female nature, sometimes I have to find a way to subdue that for the greater good of our household. So sacrifice either way.
So for both, it's sacrifice.
I would say that, yes.
You know what, Jay? Let me ask you a question. Are you familiar with the book called 5 Love Languages?
I've heard of it so many times, but admittedly, I've never read it.
All right. I'm going to give an example of what a lot of women like to do. In the book, it talks about people having 5 different love languages or whatever. And sometimes people can misconstrue what the other person really needs based upon their own needs, and they project their needs onto somebody else when it's not necessarily their thing. I'll give you an example. Say, for instance, that my love language is physical touch and quality time, but your love language is words of affirmation and gifts. Well, how would you feel if I always touched you all the time and I never gave you gifts and words of affirmation? You would not feel the love, right? And I think sometimes in situations, women will take the servant part of a man and project it onto him because they feel like it's their role to always serve a man. So they project that service onto the man. And the man necessarily doesn't feel the love when it comes back because his version of what he feels love is different. So the reason why I say that is because I think women's role as being helpers kind of push the men into saying, hey, you're supposed to help me too. You know what I'm saying? Even though, yes, we're supposed to, but I think we'll make a greater mountain out of a molehill when it comes to certain stuff like that. I'll give you an example. Just like when you were talking about your man was going to school, taking a lot of tests, being a better man, protecting or whatever, but there was something inside you that was saying, hey, you're not paying attention to me. I don't feel visible. I need your attention. And it took you a little bit of thinking to override that portion of yourself to say, hey, you know what? Let me see what I can do to help him be better at what he's doing. Do I need to check on him? Do I need to bring him something to drink? That type of thing. That's what I spoke to about earlier about women getting back to what makes them so great. It's being thoughtful. I don't know if you've ever been to somebody's grandmother's house before and they come through the door and they'll say, baby, have you had anything to eat? I don't know about y'all, but Sir Hell, that's some of the greatest words I ever heard in life. You know what I'm saying? When a grandmother says, baby, have you had something to eat? And it speaks to that she thought about me. You know what I mean? She understands that man can't live by sugars and honeys and kisses on the forehead alone. A man needs some substance, some sustenance. And I think sometimes women get away from that. And that's what I would speak to about getting back to what makes you so great at what you do, being thoughtful. You see what I'm saying? Having a kind word to say. Those things don't cost anything, but I assure you it means the world to a man when you do those things. And he said, you know what? She really does love me. She really does care about me. I'm going to try a little harder. I'm going to be a better man just for her because she saw fit to see something in me. You know what I mean? She valued me. She valued my efforts. Men put in a little bit more, when women value their efforts, and that's all that most men are asking women to do is just to, put a little bit more effort in what makes you guys great. That's all. We're not asking you to do anything that we wouldn't want to do because we'll tell you, baby, you look good. Baby, you smell good. I appreciate that dinner that you cook. All of that stuff. We appreciate everything that you're a great mom. Men don't have a problem with throwing the compliments around because we know that's what you need to hear. But when women activate that side of it, it does a little extra to men. Am I not right, Sir Hale? Did they put a little extra mustard on that thing when you tell them how good they are? You know what I'm saying? Am I not right? So that's what I mean. I don't want to get to the point where we have conversations where we have a one-to-one or a back and forth or Discord anymore in 2025. I want to make sure we get back to answering the questions at what makes us great at what we do. And I hope that speaks to what you were speaking about earlier.
Yeah, it definitely does. And you mentioned some of the things that I also make sure to do. Make sure to have, breakfast, lunch, and dinner prepared and everything. There's just one less thing for him to have to worry about. And that's just, to me, that's just a small thing to do for this really big thing that he's doing for us and for our future family and stuff. So, I think that,
hold on. Can we take a break? Did y'all hear what she just said? I love it. She said what he's doing for us in our future. Those are the words of a wife. So, you get a hand clap for that. Amazing. That's wife talk right there.
Yeah, but there's only one issue with it though.
Here we go.
So that's what I was talking about earlier. Now, you being the woman that you are, you're in his life in a certain part of his journey where he's improving himself. And you're cool with it. But there are some women that wouldn't be cool with it because he's not where they expect him to be in this moment. And that's the reason why I was asking you about what do you think the transition is from boy to man and from girl to woman? Because when you look at the concept of arrested development when it comes to men, it's kind of a misnomer when you see a man in his 20s struggling to do something to classify it as arrested development. Because arrested development means that he's supposed to be at a certain space at a certain age and he hasn't got there yet. But for most men, they're where they're supposed to be in their journey as far as building, because at 20 something, he's not gonna have it figured out. You see what I'm saying? When you look at the value of men and women, right? As far as what we value from each other. So the things that you value from a man and the things that a man values from a woman, when we're born, y'all are born at the top of the mountain. We're born at the bottom of the mountain. As we grow, the job of a boy is to climb the mountain, to get to the mountaintop. The job of a woman is to stay at the mountain.
There you go.
So that by the time that he gets to where he's supposed to be, you're at the same place. So the man has to build his value. The woman has to preserve her value. You feel what I'm saying? So when women look at men who are on their way up the mountaintop and ridicule them for not already being at the mountaintop, it's unfair. And so that's why when you see me talking to men on my channel and I'm saying, well, it's not fair that they're coming at you this way, or it's not fair that this is happening or whatever, and it seems like I'm not blaming the men, it's because I know what it's like to go on that journey. I know what it's like to climb that mountain and to have people beating up on you while you're climbing that mountain. You see what I'm saying? It really doesn't help, because there are women out here that think, and I'm not saying you operate like this, but there are plenty of women out here that think that the only thing a man needs is a kickstart. Like he needs to be, nudged or nagged into moving forward. And what women don't understand is, for most men, nagging a man makes him shut down. And when he shuts down, that type of nagging, like, well, you're not trying hard enough. You need to do this. You need to do that. And those type of things, it shuts a man down. And when a man shuts down like that, he's no good to nobody, not even himself. You feel what I'm saying? So that's the reason why I don't do it. I don't try to beat up on the men, even though sometimes the dudes be pissing me off with some of the stuff they be saying. I'll try not to just go in on them, because I know the world is already beating them up. And if I just jump in and dogpile with the rest of the world, they're just men just shut down. When you start going in on men like that and they're trying to get somewhere, they're just gonna shut down.
You mean, and just in regards to how every man look at it, I chose my name for a certain reason. I work with a lot of young men, 18, 20, 22, right? And 95% of their stories coming from already being beaten down by the people that they expect to love them, both mother and father.
Yep.
From what I've seen, a lot. I ain't talking about just a few. I'm talking about thousands of young men and young women. And I think the greatest equalizer that women don't really understand is that, say me and you meet, right? We like each other. I'm cute, but I'm ugly to you. We like each other. And we young, we 17, 18, right? You ain't been taught about protecting yourself. I ain't been taught about protecting myself. However, we do make a little funny, little cute little baby, right? We 16, 17, right? We ain't thinking about no future. By default, you may be like, I'm gonna stay at home. I ain't going to college, or I want to go to college or whatever. By default, I may want to, I want to go to military. I want to not do nothing. So we both decide to do nothing. We're stuck with working local, broken down jobs, right? Say we split up 2 years in, right? I turned out to be a Tupac in a suit to you. Some days I act like I don't want you. Some days I do. You know the little growing pains young people do. We was young. You was young. You might have liked my cousin Curtis, but after we had the baby, you caught me cheating. Then you went to cheat. You know all the little dumb stuff we do, right? Get backs. That's what they. So despite we had this, right? So all of a sudden our relationships turned for the worse, right? I moved 3 blocks up the block, you know what I'm saying, around the corner, 6 miles away. I get a new woman. You may talk to 2 little dudes that act like me in the beginning and they ain't really want nothing because they might have liked you before, but then you chose me. Then when they circle back, they not really serious about you. They just looking to have fun. You get with one of them, have another little baby, but I'm a good guy. I'm working. I got me a job at what's it called? The picking up trash. I drive the truck. I drive the truck. I'm doing my thing. I'm working, making 35, 40,000. All of a sudden, I'm still a good guy. I want to see my baby. Now, why? Because you talking to Saprita. Me and Saprita didn't like each other in high school. But what they got to do with my baby? No, because you talking to Cheryl. Cheryl, she took my boyfriend before you. Oh, well, damn. Let me see my child. Now I'm paying for it. I still don't get the opportunity to raise a child. And I'm saying all this because that's the equalizer for the change in the dynamic. A lot of boys, when they get to a certain age, you know how y'all women like to dress them up cute in the knockoff clothes, and you'll never see a man dress his, well, I don't know, it's a different time, where a man to go dress his son in the same little cute outfit as his mama. It's going to be dressed like the man. But women, we like the aesthetics of things. It look cute, but all of a sudden our sons start to grow big and tall like me. What I'm saying? So now the women are liking him. You ain't taught him about sex. He ain't talking to me about sex to avoid those certain same situations. So now you ain't nothing. You just like your daddy. You getting bad. That's because when he start acting out, at that point, he needs an automatic connection with a righteous man. May not be me, but it could be a big brother, a coach, somebody that's going to give him some discipline. And that man shouldn't tear your child down to get him to change. But a woman, instead of trying to understand what the issue, they will start blaming the child. A lot of these guys have grown up being pointed the finger at since they was kids in their homes. And now they coming out. Think about it. Now we the same age. So we growing up together. Man, on your view, man ain't nothing. On my view, women ain't nothing. So we going into 20, 30 years of that same experience, blaming each other when really it can all be solved with a relationship with a righteous father. Because once we have a child, me and the mama, it don't matter. Most men, when they see that child and they know it's theirs by 100,000%, that's why I say brothers get the DNA, request everything early so you on that low income, get your benefits, all that, your joint custody early. But women do themselves and the children a disservice if they don't allow that relationship. It takes a lot of weight off of you when you got a 6'4" boy and he got a relationship with his father and his father holding them to some standards when it comes to financial responsibility, work ethic, how to speak and handle women. Despite our relationship, we was kids because a man would still want you to have a good husband if you can find one better than me. Because now I'm growing too.
But coach, you know what the problem is, and that scenario is a typical scenario. That's typical, especially in the Black community, right? Mm-hmm. But here's where the problem is. Let's say you got that boy and he's going through that. He looked just like his daddy. His mama telling him, you just like your daddy. You're going to be sorry like your daddy, blah, 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 whatever, right? Now, some would argue that's traumatizing for him, and it probably is. And that's where the rhetoric of the Arrested Development comes from, where what Robert said, where he said, oh, well, he's a male and not a man. Mm-hmm. This is where the problem comes in. By the time he becomes grown, he's definitely a man. And this is what people don't realize. A man is not a male who is completely devoid of any type of mental problems or traumas or any of that. Part of a man is being able, the world is not going to allow you to continue to be a boy. So regardless of whatever issues that you got, you're still going to have to be a man out here, because one, ain't nobody going to take care of you. You're not going, nobody's going to make any excuses for you. You're going to live in a man's world. You feel what I'm saying? So this idea that, you know, this male isn't a man because he doesn't live up to the standard or the expectation of what we think a man is supposed to be, whatever the current definition is at the moment, what a real man is. That's not what a man is. A man is a boy who has constantly grown and learned, and also deals with whatever issues he has while he's living his life as a man. So you could have issues where you got childhood trauma from your mama or your daddy not being there, or whatever issues you got. It's not going to stop you from having to go out here and be a man. You still got to be a man. You still got to pay your bills. You still got to work. You still got to handle your business. You still got to follow these rules unless you want to be in prison. So you still, and that's the difference between men and women. We're not allowed to, we don't have the luxury of being like, oh, well, I'm not a man because I got all of these traumas and I done dealt with all of this. We don't have that luxury.
True.
You're forced to be a man.
True.
But are you talking about?
Go ahead.
All right, a couple things. One, just on the point that you said, and I can rock with a lot of what you're saying, but even if you want to call him a man at that point, that still does not necessarily mean that person is ready for relationship or to share his life. If you have all these things that you still have to work out, does that still make you suitable to be in a functional relationship with someone else who may be going through similar things? I'm not saying it is or not. I'm just asking what you're talking about. You talk about just what he has to deal with on his own, or with someone else or family.
But relationship is not a prerequisite of being a man.
I'm not saying it is.
And
I'm not questioning what you said.
But that's my point. My point is, when it comes to men, we're always attaching external things to qualify his manhood. You see what I'm saying? So there's always these external things. Like, I'll give you a prime example. If you look up on the internet what it means to be a man, you're going to get a list of things that he does for someone else. So every criteria of what a real man is always going to be about what he does for someone else. If you look up online, what makes a woman, you're going to get a list of all of the things she does for herself. You're going to get a list of things that she does to cultivate herself, her life, and to help her grow into whatever type of woman she's going to be. But a man's criteria for what he's supposed to be has to do with everything he does for everybody else, which neglects him.
Let me just add. I want to add one thing to this.
Hang on, but Barpain, I've been meaning to ask this last question for the last 30 minutes.
Come on.
Let me just get this in, and then I have to go soon. Assuming if we want to buy the argument, and I know, Angerman, I know you have a problem with this idea of arrested development. I kind of agree with it to an extent, especially the way Coach had talked about in an example that he used. Can we make the same argument for women as well? And for the exact same reason. The fact that you don't have men, if the man is not in the home, then certainly both the boy and the girl are going to be impacted. and how she views men, how she looks at when choosing men. All these things are going to affect her development as well as a woman, if we want to find what a woman is.
Exactly.
And I don't think we're talking as much about that, is that the absence of having a man in the house, what impact is that having on the daughters? And I can certainly look at the men on this panel and the guys I've been able to share the space with. We are very involved in the development of our daughters and what, not only what to look for, but what characteristics you should have and whatnot. So I think a lot of women are growing up with, if we want to say that the men are suffering arrested development or the boys are suffering arrested development, then aren't the women in some ways even more so, because they don't have an active, involved father, especially when they become teenagers, in terms of how they need to be thinking and how they need to be moving in the world. I'm just saying, I don't think that was touched tonight. I know we're focusing on men, but that seemed to be a missing in this discussion, especially after that video that was shown.
I think their arrested development is different. Yeah, let me just say one thing I want to. Good.
Okay,
I just want to get one thing out. Listen, for men, right? And we could talk about the women. I think the arrested development, Mr. Bennett, is different. But I think a man becomes a man when his obligations in life become white noise. You know, when the things that you have to do and your obligations to yourself, whether you're married or not, just become white noise. They're not burdens. It's just, you just have to do the things you have to do to survive out there, and you recognize that. I think, and when I say it's white noise, it's that cross you bear, but you've been bearing it so long that it's white noise. Right? The things I have to do to keep my family going, I don't feel like it's a weight on my shoulders because I've been doing it for 37 years. You know what I'm saying? And it hasn't taken anything away from me, because it's part of my purpose now, right? Because now that my kids are grown, it might be changed. But that's how I look at it, right? If I was still in a boys thing, all my obligations would be complaints. You know, I think a lot of them would be. But go ahead.
Go ahead, AM. And then Sir Hell, you got next.
Okay, so number one, bringing up female arrested development, I don't even know why you brought that up. And the reason why I say that is because who's really in the society addressing that?
I think the question is, and I think it's a good question, Ingram, just for that point, we're talking about a psychological issue that is overly represented in men and not represented enough in women. So I think the better question would be, why aren't we talking about this as an issue, period?
You know what, Mr. Bennett, I'm going to touch on that, and then Jay, I'm going to give it back to you. What you said, Mr. Bennett, was brilliant. And I'm going to tell you why it's brilliant. Say, for instance, if a young girl doesn't have her father in the home, right? And her mother doesn't really necessarily value men because she's trying to protect her men from her children or girls from quote unquote creepy men, okay, so to speak. So we're now thinking that men are no good. So what happens is the mother hasn't demonstrated what a wife is to her husband. So she wouldn't necessarily pass down that toolkit to her daughter. And that's how we start getting this rhetoric about I'm not going to do nothing for no man. You know what I'm saying? When I hear stuff like that, I don't hear honor from women when it comes to honoring men. So if they're not honoring men, then my whole thing is they don't have high esteem of men. So they're not really going to listen to them. So even if you, as a man, if you have your stuff together, there's always that little thing in the back of her mind where she's not necessarily going to value you as a person. And I think that is the issue with a lot of men, is that they don't feel valued in this world. And it speaks to what Coach Ferg said a minute ago. We don't understand exactly what these children go through because we don't have the whole story, but we're so quick to pass judgment that we don't actually take into consideration exactly the whole picture. So, Mr. Bennett, what you said was brilliant. Go ahead, Jay.
You're on mute.
You're on mute.
You're muted.
Still?
Yeah.
Oh, you're good now. Come on.
Oh, okay. I was saying I'm gonna be quick because I know Angry Man wants to refute his point. But no, I was just gonna say to Angry Man though, when you said how come if you were to ask the internet, what is a man supposed to do, or what is a man, it would be all these things that require things that he's doing for other people, or some sort of external thing. And then you said for women, it would be a bunch of things that she does for herself. Well, I think that you already proved that by what you said earlier when you said that a woman's job is to preserve her value and worth. So when it's things that a woman would need to do for herself, that, think about it, our value, especially when it comes to men, at the end of the day, yes, there's multiple tiers and layers to it, but ultimately you got to see us. You got to see us and have some attraction to us. You have to see us and want to be around us, want to pursue something with us. That takes a lot. That takes the learning things about yourself, your skincare regimens and getting your hair done, all those things that's very boring for men to hear about, but I promise you it's a thing. And so I think it's interesting that I just feel like, and maybe I'm looking at it wrong, but I think that you either kind of proved your own point when you said that a woman's job when she's at that top of the mountain, her job in life is to make sure she stays there. Well, what does that take? That takes a lot of doing things for yourself. And then but you have the mindset, you should have the mindset of wanting to serve. But unfortunately, in the Black community, it's not the case for me. I was raised in a loving 2-parent household, but I'm well aware of the fact that that's not the reality for most of my cohort. I'm a millennial. And so to Mr. Bennett's point, I mean, I feel like we have dissertations worth of conversations about how fatherlessness affects young men. And we get angry at the idea of women having these kids by men they're not married to, and the man can leave. And I promise I've made dozens of videos on those things. But I do think that we negate the conversation, or we neglect it, I guess I should say, about what does that do to the psyche of women. And then that may also explain why women are the way they are today. So I think it's just cyclical. I don't think there's really any direct starting point.
Sir Hill?
Yeah, Jay. So just to that point, though, there's a reason for that, though. So typically, the way that we approach this is man. So father, son, mother, daughter. In most of those households where a father is lacking, the daughter at least has an advocate. In most cases, her mother. When there is a son there, he has no advocate in most cases. So the emotional support, whether this is right or wrong, she would get something. The young boy who doesn't have that advocate typically gets nothing. And so that's why the conversation is slanted, because we see the effects more so on boys. Look at the crime rate, look at violence, look at recidivism, look at the lack of education, the proneness to drug abuse, right? So on and so forth. We see the effects very clearly and very early with men who don't have it, but it's expressed differently with women, like teenage pregnancy and then succumbing to violent relationships. So the difference here, though, is most men don't have an advocate. If you think about that, about what Angry Man said, it's a really deep statement. When we talk about men being at the bottom of the mountain, two things are apparent here. Somehow the woman got up to the mountain, and she must not have climbed up there herself, because if she climbed up herself, she could understand the man who's climbing. By the mere fact that she's focused on herself at the top lets me know she didn't get there on her own. The other part is the man is at the bottom of the mountain and he is forced to go up. And if you just look at this comparatively, what he becomes on his way to the top, he won't be the same man at the top as he was at the bottom. And if he gets with that woman who's already at the top of the mountain, when she's focused on being dainty, she has no point of reference to help him because she can't even understand him. And I think this is the part that it wasn't necessarily, Man, please correct me if I'm wrong, it's not necessarily that we're saying we want our women to be to the top. It's just from a society perspective, we've pedestalized women and we've placed you there. And because we've placed you there and a lot of women believe that they should be there, there is no point of reference. There's no empathy. There was no consideration. There's no understanding of men and their journey. And so we're quick to say, well, you need to go get a therapist. And here's the thing about therapy. Therapy is not in and of itself a cure. right? Therapy is something that assists in that cure. And guess what? Guess what's helps with those kind of issues? Relationships.
Absolutely.
Having a woman who understands you does far more than be able to call your therapist once a week. Having a woman who understood your journey, who can minister to your scars, who can understand what it took for you to become who you are. That does a lot more because you get that more on a more consistent basis than you get with your therapist. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Those two things have to be addressed. And I think this is not factored into the conversation. And men don't have an advocate. So this is why when we talk about it, we don't talk about a father, the effect on a daughter. It's not because it doesn't matter. It's just that the effects are not as visible as the men who didn't have that.
See, the only thing I'll say real quick is that when you said that the girls will have an advocate through their mother, I would just have to say definitively, and I'm sure any woman on the panel, or not, excuse me, the panel in the chat can tell you that part of it is, I would argue, not true. Women are the hugest critics of their daughters, and I know for a fact that my mom loves me and would take a bullet for me. But that lady has given me some grief. Okay. And I was, as they say, one of the good ones. So if I was out here like some of these other young girls that maybe was kind of wilding out, like I have seen women tear their daughters to shreds. And it's just because sometimes they may not even know how forked that tongue is, how sharp that tongue is. And that goes to some of the points y'all were making earlier, that women do oftentimes say hurtful things and they can be discouraging and destructive with their words. It doesn't change, unfortunately, when we're talking with each other at all. If anything, I would say it's worse. My mom has always babied my brother. My grandmama babied my daddy and still does to this day. So, I'm sorry if that's not everybody's reality, but that's what I see more of. I see, if anything, sometimes it seems like as far as just the interactions, I think that women give their daughters a much harder time than their sons. But I guess that's maybe there's nuance to it, but that's just my observation.
To a certain point in the life of the child, yes, that it could be true. Like I said earlier, mothers, they want to dress their little sons and make them look cute and things, but they don't have the ability to build the character in a little boy. And once he turns 16 to 17, and I've been trying to tell, when I was working with young women, go have these hard conversations with mom. Go have the hard conversation, because a lot of times, yes, when y'all start growing up looking like your daddy, y'all remind her of him, so she's not going to be as loving to you. When y'all started, then here's the sad part: they dress y'all just like they dress themselves. They don't separate that. Most boys, by the time he's 14, he's free to do whatever he wants. He's free to do whatever he wants. You go in his room smell like corn feet and cheese. He don't have no discipline, right? Women, when y'all start, and he's going to go out into the community, he's going to gravitate towards what's going to be more acceptable. The people that's going to sort of give him some type of validation. And if it's not validated by his father, more than likely it's going to end up bad for that man, because it's already been explained. Nobody's going to look out for him at some point. 18, 19, he's no longer a resource to the mother because you can't get money for child support. He's not been groomed to sort of be a respected person to himself and love, you know what I'm saying, and do things that are going to build. So, and this is the type of guys that you all are getting today, because a lot of brothers didn't get that information they needed when they were younger. So this is the pool that you young 30-year-old millennials, this is what y'all in, and y'all got to figure it out.
You know what? Hold on a second before
Hang
you
on,
go.
like I said, I have to go, but I know Angry Man, he had a retort for me, and I didn't want to leave without him giving me the chance.
Ahead,
so whatever you got to say to me, I'm good with it.
This is unbelievable. This is absolutely unfreaking believable. I stated that if you look up what a man is, you get a list of everything he does for everybody else. Look up what a woman is. It's a list of what she does for herself. And immediately, Jay, you go into why the woman should do things for herself. completely dismissing the gravity that a man literally is defined by what he does for everybody else. And then we have the nerve to wonder why men are the way they are. If you spend no time focusing on yourself, how can you ever develop? If everything you do is based on everybody else, when is there any moment of psychological development for you to be a well-rounded person? If one, everything you do has to be for everybody else, and two, it's never going to be enough. Because that's the other part of it. The other side of it is we have an expectation of men to serve everybody else, but in serving everybody else, it is never enough. So one, you're not getting any type of you're not getting any type of, what's the word for it? You're not going to get any satisfaction from focusing on yourself, because that's considered selfish. And you're wrong for that. Bad. You're not going to get any satisfaction from serving everybody else, because no one's going to give you any recognition for it, because you're supposed to do it. And people don't get kudos for doing what they're supposed to do. So you have this situation where boys, not men, boys, start out living in a world where everything is expected of them to do for everyone else. And it's considered wrong for them to do anything for themselves. How can they develop then? And to go to what Mr. Bennett said, the reason why you're never going to hear anybody address women's arrested development, because women's lives are not performative. Men's lives are performative. So we base being a man on your performance. What is he doing? If he's not doing what we believe he should be doing, hence the expectation of doing for others, then he's not a man, which is what Robert said on the video. That's just a male. You are never going to hear anyone say to a woman, you're lacking in these departments, so you're not a real woman. We don't talk like that. We don't talk like that. A woman is a woman. Once you become a certain age, you are now a woman. And it's even considered an insult to refer to her as a girl if she's a grown woman. But when it comes to men, you can only be a man if you live up to the expectations of everyone else, doing things for everyone else. It's the most ridiculous thing in the world. And it's part of the reason you have so many boys that are suffering from depression, so many boys that are taking their own lives, so many boys that are just they just checked out.
Turning gay.
They're sick and tired of having to live for everybody else and never live for themselves.
An angry man, I receive everything you just said. My only question would be why that conversation isn't happening. Should it?
Mr. Bennett, I guess
that's all I'm asking. I don't disagree with anything that you said.
It happens. Here's the thing. It happens every time I get in my feelings. Every time I get in my light-skinned feelings and go live, that conversation happens. The only problem with the conversation is we have a social norm to tell men to stop crying, stop whining, stop complaining. You're not a victim. Suck it up and man more. That's the problem. We're not allowed. Do you have any idea how many dudes have watched my show and I've expressed these thoughts that I felt growing up, thoughts that I felt as a boy going into adolescence, going into adulthood, and I'm brave enough and vulnerable enough to tell the audience my thoughts, and these men are literally in my chat room breaking down because they're like, damn, I'm so glad somebody said it, because I'm not allowed to say it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the unfortunate situation of being a man. And to Jay, I expect women to operate that way. I expect women to look out for themselves and to be selfish and to do all of those things, because that is just the nature of a woman. But it is only a man who is a fool that thinks that he can live his entire life in service to everybody else and that he's not going to be lacking. Because what's going to happen, especially if you're the type of dude that gets married early and you dedicate everything to your family, everything to your children, everything to your wife, and then one day that relationship ends. And when that relationship ends, guess what? They walk away with your identity. You don't have an identity anymore because your entire identity was centered around that family, those children, that house, all of that. And now all of it's gone. Who are you? And by the time most men get to that age, they don't know who the hell they are.
I would argue that it's not wrong for men to be in.
Appreciate it, Mr. Bennett. Thank you for coming out.
Oh, man.
I would argue that it's not wrong, Angry Man, for men's identity to be largely wrapped up in their familial roles, like being a husband and father. I think that the same is true for women. It's just that the reason that's problematic today is because of a lot of the things that you might talk about on your channel, or that maybe talked about on this channel, is that they've weaponized marriage and family and stuff through family courts. Things like alimony, child support, etc. The ease and the kind of facility that women have to end entire families with little to no consequence and this kind of thing. But I think in an ideal system where that wasn't the case, where women were not being basically incentivized to destroy their homes and families, or to, in the Black community, incentivized to never start them in the first place, I think that would be fine. I think it would be fine for men to place a large stock of their identity in being husbands and fathers. But the only reason it's problematic is because it's been weaponized, I would argue.
No,
you know what, Jay? Here's the thing: there's nothing to gain from holding women accountable. Here's the thing: I'll give you an example we talked about earlier. Here's something that I ran across. I don't think a lot of people pay attention to. Proverbs 14:1: the wise woman builds her house, but her own hands, the foolish one, tears hers down. I think that's the issue. I don't think women are versed in building up their homes anymore, because you can tell by how they talk about men. Even in this particular situation, the guy was telling us, what was his name? Ace Metaphor was using the Bible to rip men apart. But in this particular instance, I'm showing you, using the same exact Bible verse, showing you that it's beneficial for a woman to build her house using wise words. Even the Bible itself confirms itself. It says that a gentle answer turns away wrath. And I really don't think women have learned that yet, because it's not profitable to hold women accountable, because they know that men go get it. You see what I'm saying? You can use the law to hold men accountable, but most of the world already knows most women don't have anything, but they will spend their whole entire marketing budget telling you that you have everything. Well, if that was the case, if you had everything, then they will come after you and not the men. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. Welcome to the show, Jeff.
Yo.
What's going on, brother? What's going on?
Man. What's going on is intelligent Black discourse, and I'm always happy to lend myself to that. Respectfully, there are a few things that always get left out of this conversation. Number one is the destruction of the Black family is not only prophecy, it's not only happening right now. To me, it is the best thing that can happen to Black people. I think it is fantastic, because family has nothing to do with Black people. The word family comes from the Latin word famulus, which means group of workers. The family in its present construct is European, and that's why it doesn't work for you. That's why you come from a village where the children do not belong to anyone but the whole village. The women teach the females, and the males teach the males, and they come together and they make a strong nation. You haven't had that. That's been taken from you. That's been robbed from you. Because to truly control the people, you have to put them in the families. We didn't grow up as families. That's why you get back in the day, you get your ass whooped 3 times on the way home for the same offense. Because this village raised you. Until we get away from this European concept, and until we understand that at the core of this is not what we do to women, our sisters, and not what our sisters do to us, but what was done to us both from outside of us. Until we look at that, the fact that for 4 centuries, the black woman can stand on the fact that she was not protected by her man. That for 4 centuries, the black woman was put in front of her man and has been given an energy that she does not want to relinquish until the power of that energy dies. Until this thing that black people are desperately voting to try to stay in, desperately trying to earn to stay in, until you understand that this thing that you are in, this thing that you bicker with one another in, is crumbling in your hands, until you stop measuring your black family by standards that even Europeans cannot hold anymore.
Hey, Uncle Jeff.
Yes, sir.
Look, let me just ask you a question about that.
Okay. First off, your hat is disrespectful. Before you do, that hat is disrespectful, sir, and I won't. I can't stand for it. I'm offended by it. It's too sharp, and it's offended me.
What would you say that in America, by taking the black woman's expectation to a ridiculously high level, based upon materialism, based upon power, based upon all of those different things, while simultaneously structuring things in a way where the man's masculinity is wrapped up in his production,
and those very same things, yes,
and put on a hamster wheel to where he can never truly achieve the false expectations that was given to his woman by this society, that they have literally put men, black men, in a space where they can never truly live up to the Western world's standard of what manhood is.
What you just described is the engine that ran the Industrial Revolution. You just described the 20th century made up of black people in whole chasing the farts of European whites. Black folks don't want shit till they see white folks with it. So yes, you have just described what ran an industrial revolution that is no longer. We are in the information age, and we don't need common people, and that's what you're watching right now. So yes, I absolutely agree with that.
Come on, Jay. Your mic's muted, Jay.
I think you muted, sis. And before you speak, I'm so glad to see a fine sister up here. I'm so tired of coming in here and seeing all you hard-leg bastards in here. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Well, I still can't hear you, though.
No, we can't hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you, sis.
Who the hell is this nigga you feel the need to entertain?
That's funny.
You still muted, Jay.
Yeah, sis. I'm going to have to hear from one of these niggas. Come on. Save us all with your fine ass. I don't want to hear nothing from none of these hard leg, also shaving their face bastards. What do you have to say?
We're going to have to put Jeff in the back chat.
Oh, that's fine. If you do, I'm gonna talk shit about you back there. Okay. I'm just definitely
doing shit anyway. What you talking about?
Exactly. What's the difference? I thought about that after I said it.
Is it on now?
Yeah, there you go. We hear you good.
I don't know what was going on with that. I almost was about to lose my point, but so the unfortunate thing, first of all, thank you so much for the compliment. The unfortunate thing is I do have a little bit of pushback.
Okay.
Would you not agree? Because I think that when we have these very what is the word? When we have these very absolute conversations about Black people, and we say that we're European minded and we're colonized minded and all these types of things. But where specifically, and I don't mean this in jest, I'm seriously asking, where specifically does kind of these more thoughts and processes of old, when we were talking about maybe how we maybe used to operate when we were still in Africa or whatever you may be suggesting, where is that largely successful? Because I feel like when people talk about successful civilizations or powerful civilizations, it has nothing to do necessarily being European, but definitely the idea of the family being the cornerstone of society that has seemed to, from my observation, that seems to be the most successful plan of action.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I could answer that.
Come on, Ian.
So one place where we see it is the Latin community. In the Latin community, your manhood is not defined by how much money you make. Your manhood is not defined by any of that at all.
But are Latinos largely successful people?
Yes. Are you kidding?
They
work together. Right now?
Because they work together.
They are, but they're not at the top of the socioeconomic ladder.
That's what I was suggesting. That's when I said successful. That's what I was talking about. And I know there's other traits to being successful, but specifically when I asked, that's
you're talking about the money, right?
Hold on, hey, man, I'll just say this real quick. That's why a Latin man or a Hispanic man can go to Home Depot, sit in the parking lot all day, put up 3 ceiling fans, make $150 and go home and feel like he made $1 million.
Yeah.
Okay, well, and I think we need to back up to the
go ahead
to what European what yardstick are you actually using as success? Are you using the actual paradigm of are using the actual paradigm of that was set down by the DuPonts and the Carnegies,
Rockefellers,
and the Rockefellers? Are you discussing that model of success, or are you discussing because if you want to discuss success that doesn't have blonde hair and blue eyes, then you're gonna have to look back further than 6,000 years, and that's something that we don't want. These are usually conversations that I hack off, but I won't hear because this one is so dope. But I usually hack this off here. A, do you have a passport? I ask Black people. And B, have you been to some place other than another palm tree to fuck under, as in Africa, Egypt? Have you spent any time in Portugal? Have you spent any time in South America other than looking for some place to take pictures next to the beach? Because if you have, then you understand that the footprint of success only was white in 6,000 years, which is a blip in time, not just in Earth's history, but in human history. When you start looking there, when you start looking outside of what you were taught, sometimes the worst thing for a Black mind is a European education. When you start to look in books that aren't in universities, that are factual, when you start to expand your mind outside of we're number one, as in America, then you begin to see these things. So there are a number. I just happen to, when you ask me, I just happen to Google list of kingdoms and empires in African history. And they were not family centric. They were not. If you watch, which is plagiarized and inaccurate, but if you watch Roots, there comes an episode when Kunta Kinte, before he comes here, before he was named Toby, before they concentrated heavily on the slave narrative, which is a small, it's like saying, I know Jay because she wear red hats. Oh my God, how much you don't know about her. If you watch Roots at the beginning, there is a part in either the first or second episode where the young boys are rounded up and taken to be with the men. And when they come back to their mothers, they don't even talk to their mothers the same.
They can't even move back in the house.
They don't even deal with they women the same. So yes, there is a level of success that we will not reach until this thing that we keep trying to be successful in collapses under its own weight.
And I promise, I understand that. I promise you, I understand that. I guess. So I like to think I like to consider myself a realist, and I feel like realistically, if we have been here for so long, and then even if you were mentioning kingdoms and tribes of Africa, I think you were mentioning some that existed previously. But what about that exists today? Like, for instance, I do have a passport, but I have not been to any countries in Africa. But I do watch videos of people who live there, and they talk about the pure greed and corruption of their government officials and leaders who aren't white. And then even here, I live in a black. I live in Birmingham, Alabama. I hope nobody's gonna.
Yo, shout out to B-Ham.
Yes, I live in Birmingham, Alabama. So, this is an all-black city.
That's where you at, Moss?
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
You at Birmingham too?
Yeah, I smell a collaboration coming on.
Oh my God, that is so crazy.
That's dope.
Well,
Yes,
yes,
sir.
that's dope. So as you know, then LIT, you know that we've got black police commissioners, black superintendents, black mayor, and the city is still in. Of course, it has its beautiful, parts and different things, but I like, once again, realistically, it's in a good bit of decay. Say we exceeded our murder rate last year. We were the number 3 most dangerous city in the country last year.
Okay.
And all of these things. And I feel like most people will say, oh, these things only happen when white people control our this and that. But even when we were given the keys to our own city, to our own communities, to our own school systems, and then, of course, at the familial level, we're supposed to be running our own households and families. I know you don't like the word family.
No, I don't have a problem with it. No, go ahead. I understand.
But we still effed it up. And so I guess I just feel like, where do white people come in then?
I'll tell you right where they come in, sis. Do you have any children?
I don't.
Okay. As a child, you were a child that grew up in a house with at least one parent, right?
Yes.
Were you allowed to decorate your room how you want it?
No.
Okay. Were you allowed to pick the color of your bike?
I mean, I guess my parents usually bought me bikes as like a surprise, like Christmas or birthdays. So
exactly.
No.
Exactly. So I'll take the shortcut here. You lived in your house. You were in charge of, I hope, maybe your dresser drawers, where you put your t-shirts, where you put your jackets, you made minimum decisions, but those decisions, not one of them was outside of the framework of the house that you lived in. There is not a black face in a position to include president now that you see. Anytime you see a black face in any office, white supremacy is in fuller effect. It is in fuller effect. What you are trying to discuss is, why don't we live as fish outside of this bowl? This bowl, that black commissioner, that black mayor, that black police officer, that black police chief follows a set of rules that were put in place in order to make sure that you are second-class citizens. I don't give a damn how much money you got. And this is not African blackity black broke talk. As I like to say all the time, I got money white folks can't find, and they looking. So this is not about some broke nigga in his mama's basement with an Africa patch.
Jake, let me ask you a question for context. How long have you lived in Birmingham?
Oh, not long. I am from Alabama, but I'm not from the city.
Okay, good. I'm going to give you a little bit of context. I'm from Birmingham. I still live here, and I've been here my whole life. Okay.
I think that is so amazing, by the way, that we've been on these panels together all this time.
Yeah.
I've never known that.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I've seen what Birmingham used to be, and I'll give you an example of the reason why things changed the way they change, and why we are not where we are. To answer your question, when I was a little boy, Birmingham coming up was different. It was way different because people had way more children. People had way more businesses to support the population that says, hey, look, you can buy here, you can buy there. It was this whole event where you would get dressed up and you would go shopping and school shopping or whatever. You know, your grandparents, had big families, had 12, 13, 14 kids, that type of thing. And of course, your mom and dad, they really didn't necessarily have 12, 13, 14 kids. Maybe they had 3 or 4. Okay. Well, what happens is that you get to a situation where more and more people are leaving, and then the businesses are closing up because there's nobody to support them. Then what they do, they leave. Now, at the heyday in the 70s, when I was coming up, most of the businesses that were in our generation were Black owned. And we were actually allowed to be inventors. We had patents on certain things. Everybody, it was normal for most Black people to have their own business. So what we did was we traded in our own ingenuity in to punch a clock somewhere else on somebody else's company to work that 9 to 5 to get that steady guaranteed paycheck versus the possibility of reaching for the brass ring for doing something on your own. And if it wasn't been for me being around long enough to see what happens, is that once people started clocking in at AT&T, people started clocking in at Alabama Power, then what happened was they stopped building and making things for their own legacies and their own families. I can speak to that because my grandfather on both sides of my family both had a store, a local store that was like right across the street from their own home. And sometimes the store was next to their home and people would buy groceries and stuff like that out of there. But once, the family moved on, the people who are the generation who was supposed to be in charge of taking care of that store decided that it wasn't sexy enough and it didn't pay enough money. So I'd rather go to the University of Alabama to become an engineer or a doctor or something like that. And then you would take that money, and then you move to the other side of town in Hoover and all these other places, the nicer places of town that still get supported by their business. So with that being said, that's the reason why West End still looks the way that it looks. That's the reason why Ensley still looks the way that it looks, because that's the main reason why the schools don't have the population of children in those areas. We got these brand new cathedral high schools, but we don't have children to go in them because along the way, we decided that kids weren't that important when we made a mistake and got pregnant, that type of thing. Or we decided, hey, we're going to move to another city like Atlanta because it's better, or LA or Chicago or something like that, because that type of city supports that infrastructure.
Black folks,
it's not necessarily the fault of the leadership that's doing that. Sometimes it's our own doing of the choices that we make to support our own communities that lend itself to our own downfall. And sometimes that doesn't have anything to do with racism. I think it comes back to our personal choice of what we value in our lives. Do we value our own, or do we value keeping up with the Joneses by keeping the appearance of being able to shop over the mountain in Mountain Brook, or other people, since y'all don't know what that is, the white folks out of town?
I push back just a little bit of that, but I'll go last.
Go ahead.
Just to respond to what you said to me, I worked in the education system very directly. And I saw firsthand, because there's this misnomer that the Black schools, Title I schools, are underfunded, and nothing could be further from the truth. They get the most funding out of any schools in the state. And what happens with that money is it is very seldom invested in the actual schools with things that the kids need. And instead it's used to pad the pockets of people on the board. And even myself as a former teacher, we got raises all the time. We got paid tons of money for teaching summer school. When I switched districts once and went and worked somewhere else, And I was asking about teaching summer school. I was used to getting paid like $65 an hour to teach summer school. And they were like, girl, we pay like $22 an hour to teach summer school. I'm like, what? You know? So that is corruption. That's not. And even to your earlier point, where you lost in translation, where you said we went away from our own businesses and this kind of thing. It's not a lie, Black and Proud. Like I said, I've had a very direct role in the education system. I saw these things myself. It's not conjecture. I was a direct part of this. And I saw where I was working at a school where the students, the Chromebooks that were in the building for the students, we didn't even have enough for a class set. Not enough for each kid to have their own. We didn't even have enough to have a class set in a room that just stayed in the room all day. And the ones we did have were old and they needed to be updated and all these types of things. And so Black people will spend money on what they want to spend money on. They're never going to miss going to the classic and getting fly and getting the big RVs and having the big parties. They're never going to miss going to this event or that event. And I know that sounds like I'm picking or whatever. And it's like, oh, you're talking about small things. But I'm sorry, like we cannot grow as a people if we are not willing to be introspective and to be honest about some of the things that we do. We're the ones who stop shopping with our businesses. And to that point, a lot of Black businesses offer shoddy customer service. I mean, if we're not willing to have the honest conversations, I just don't see how we ever better ourselves as people.
This is an honest conversation for 40 years ago. It's not an honest conversation now. Because what you're discussing, this stuff we call money, is somebody going to finish my sentence for me with American money? What you're discussing right now, sis, is our being upset that our oppressors don't fairly teach our children. This is why I'm so happy this. Black people are going to have to, they're never going to miss the tailgate parties. Yes, they are. Watch The Handmaid's Tale and look for tailgate parties. Black people are never going to, that's a great conversation for 1988, but we are here. And where we are right now is in a place where most of us are not going to make it. This shit is going to eat our asses up. I get it. I'll say this and I'll land. Let me say this and I'll land. The only thing that is going to be left is the intelligent individual who can operate outside of this system that collapses. The rest of us are just Steven from Django when Leo got shot. That's what the rest of you are, trying to go back to 88 so that we can all get together and pool our money. Yeah, if we'd have done this. Yes. All this shit talking about how we need to fix school, talking about how we don't need to fix shit. The Titanic has hit the iceberg, and everybody was trying to argue over whether Kamala or Trump would take the helm. It does not matter. Take a good look at the enemies of this country. Take a damn good look at what is happening to this country, and the Black people who are still hell-bent on trying to be successful as per 2000 are going to perish.
So he said a lot. First of all, hello. How y'all guys doing?
Either man, before you start, I just want to let you know you look like a husky Ninja Turtle.
In a tight shirt made out of a van missing a set of curtains.
I've been doing my push-ups, so my shirt's a little tighter than I used to. All right, listen. So listen, first of all, I just want to tell y'all guys I love you. It's 2025. You know, I come in a little bit hot sometimes, but I do love you guys. But
we love you too, tight shirt.
I'm done. Like I'm so done of us talking about what the women 4 years away, 40 years from slavery. I'm done with all these excuses. Guess what? My people was from slavery too. Guess what? Uncle Jeff don't give me no excuse, but he want to give the women excuses for why they act in the way they act. The excuses are done in 2025. about why you acting the way you acting. If you not getting on page, guess what? We need to put you in the Ninja Turtle section, like Angry Man said, in the side where you up there down with the rats and you looking for pizza, and like you trying to find your next meal because we keep talking about excuses, and we keep wanting to blame other people. And then I learned a long time ago, I'm gonna look in the mirror and I'm gonna take responsibility myself. Let's stop it. Let's just stop getting to this point where we gonna give everybody excuses on why they ain't moving forward. When you take the ability to look in the mirror and say, I'm at this place in life is because of the decision I made. The reason that my kids can speak 2 languages, reason my kids gonna be reading at the 3rd, 4th grade level in kindergarten is because I said it's my responsibility. And I get everybody say, let's talk about the whole community. No, get your house in order. Because everybody got advice for everybody else, and nobody's house is in order. So, like, yeah, we can complain about the system that the white man complain, but in reality, is your kids making a difference? Is your kids gonna make an impact in 2025 where we say that your children is gonna be the outliers? And most of y'all kids are just falling in line.
All five of my children, and I only, if I may, I just need to push back on a little bit because either man is constantly confused by this, and tonight is no exception. There is a difference between a reason and an excuse. A reason says why a thing is. An excuse says why it's okay. And I don't remember ever saying that lazy, shiftless, reckless, violent, overbreeding, foolish niggas have an excuse for me. I don't like them either. And I think they need to be marched to the edge of the earth and kicked the fuck off. And that is what all prophecy says is going to happen.
No.
Rough on him now.
No, he needs to know.
Okay.
He's always crying.
Yeah, tough love it is. Tough love. Wake up, idiot.
We agree right there, E. You constantly confuse my look at the overall situation that we are in as somehow the same niggas that used to bully me, the same niggas that robbed me at gunpoint on the train, that I somehow have cooked up an excuse for lazy ass niggas, and I have not. But I can tell you where the reasons come from.
I got you, Uncle Jeff. The point that I'm telling you is when you say, hey, these women need to change, you say, we got to remember they're 4 generations away from slavery. That is an excuse for the women to stay in their
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
It that way. Listen,
no, it isn't.
Might not have put it out in the atmosphere that way, but it's like, yeah, we wasn't protected. That's why we act the way that we act. You might not meant for it to be an excuse, but you give people excuse by giving them that.
No, they take because I point out an exit does not mean you have to take it. The exit still exists. The facts remain. Now, is that to say every woman is like that? My wife is not. My mother-in-law is not. My sister-in-law is not. I have cousins and nieces that are not. But does that explain the whole? No, it does not. If you are asking where Black women went off the rails, I've broken it down 1,000 times. Here goes 1001. In 1946, that was the first group of women born after World War II. The baby boomers we talk about that fucked everything up. Those Black women were in their 20s in the 70s when the feminist movement came out. Those are the women who were the first, my mother was baby mama number 1. She was 1.0. The first group of Black women to not be sent down south when they got pregnant was in the late 60s. Those women became part and parcel, chief, let's get out here and get this bread like them. Let's abandon our houses. This is the part. And yes, there's some shit that Black men did, but you can find it everywhere. You can find it on Oprah. You can find it on Newsweek. You can find it on MSNBC. What you can't find is the Black woman until today being brought to task for her part in this shit.
Yeah,
yes.
But that's the problem.
Jeff, hold on for a second. Hold on.
Go ahead,
Jeff,
old man.
you're out of kilter a little bit, right? because those baby boomer women that you're blaming all this shit on they were 16 years old when the pill came out in 1960.
Oh, here he goes.
Their mothers put them on the pill so they could fuck freely.
Okay.
Is that what happened?
Generation.
Yes,
and so when they became women, right, they've been fucking because their mothers maybe innocently put them on the pill.
Okay.
Right, as a preventative measure, but it also gave them the inclination that shit, I can fuck without comfort.
And if you don't put that, that 1950s.
When he brought it up, man. Yeah, listen, man.
RP, we know you got that original Superman cape from back in the day, man. If you don't put that damn,
I didn't say it was a woman's fault, but I said the genesis of it was with their mothers.
But listen,
guys, gentlemen, if I may please. Yes, I am still here. My camera died. Listen, I want to.
Damn it! I gotta look at these ugly niggas for the rest of the night.
Listen, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that you're not going to be able to have a female on the panel anymore. But nonetheless, guys, I really enjoyed this conversation. It's been a pleasure talking with all of you. Angry Man, once again, just want to let you know, huge fan of the work, and we'll continue to support. Hopefully everyone has a good night. And if I may just do a little shameless plug, I can be found at the Chill Out J podcast. Please feel free to check out my channel at another time. And thanks again, of course, to BMU. You guys have a good night.
I'm a subscriber.
Appreciate it, Jay.
Thank you for handling all these hard-head knuckleheads up there.
And BMU, when you get a chance, put that bullshit up about me hating black women. Yeah, but let's talk about this. I'm gonna see how proud Black and Proud is after you get your ass toe out the frame.
I get we keep wanting to paint West Star with no solutions on how to get rid of it today.
Well, you know what? Either man, let me ask you a question. How long you been in the chat, man? Just between me and you.
I dropped the chat when anytime I enter a chat is when I drop the eyes.
Okay. Yeah, because the reason why I said it is because earlier we were talking about how women can be better, the little small things. So I wasn't aware that you probably didn't hit it, and we're not here to blame folks in 2025. We're here to give solutions, man. So I didn't want you to think this was one of those type of podcasts where we're trying to hold women to task and stuff like that, man. You know.
No, I got up here when I heard Uncle Jeff talking about back in slavery when we got the master hit us with the whips and put the men in the cabbage tree. I heard all that. That's why I got hit. But I didn't hear.
Did you hear? So you missed the parts. You missed the parts about Africa, and you missed the parts about Spanish culture, and you missed the parts about European.
I missed all that. Yeah, I missed all that.
How are you getting lost? How is that even possible?
No, he's not getting lost. He doesn't get lost. He purposely. Either man does this on purpose. We on the big blue road. He loves taking that little purple wiggly road. Ain't nobody ever. I have never ever given it. I've given solution after solution after solution. And what the problem is that like a lot of black people, you get hell bent on European materialism when you look at your own people.
What?
And you do that all
hold on. So you think I'm European materialism? Say it again. For the crowd. What am I doing? I need to know what I'm doing.
I love you to death. I love you to death, Peter, man. We agree on a lot of things, but we agree the same way that Malcolm X agreed with the Klan. We agree. We agree.
So I'm Malcolm X and you the Klan?
Oh no, brother. Okay, yes. Okay, if that helps your analogy, yes.
No, so
either side.
I like to get Uncle Jeff in this mode.
Which mode? This is not any. Could you explain? Let's go down that road. How is this mode I'm in any different than any other time you niggas ever saw me?
Because you're talking with the head.
I always talk with my hands.
You ain't get the waving like
you dizzy from them 11 push-ups you did. That's what got your head kind of light. Because if you think that somebody on your level with your level of acumen can ever knock a nigga like me off my square, that's laughable in itself.
I know. I get under his skin.
Cut it.
When I start seeing that salt and pepper chin, I'm under his skin.
Serious?
I know when I see that salt and pepper chin, I'm under his skin.
Not at
when
all.
You start seeing him in the mirror like this. And
The next time you put your chin forward, make it after you've come from a decent barber. You look like you shaped your beard with a shoe. Don't do that.
Oh man, that's
Don't do that.
Listen, he should
It's
have.
not going to get any better for you, and you're not going to get funnier than me.
I see Uncle Jeff left his jokes back in 2024.
Yeah, that's where they are. No. Let's be clear.
My friend.
Let's be clear.
The
jokes I left in 2024, 23, 22.
He talking about, see, look at it.
Hold on. Almost done. I'm trying to school you.
When Master had me performing in the big room, I was a celebrity.
Here's your Indian name. Here's your Indian name. Needs to comb his beard. Let me explain. I'm trying to school you on some shit real quick.
School me real quick.
Those jokes I left in the past are considered intellectual property because I still collect checks from them.
Good job, my friend.
Okay.
Royalties.
The shit that I'm unleashing on your tight shirt ass. I'm unleashing on your tight shirt ass tonight. It's just for you.
He talking about the royalties that white man.
It's
he
just for
you.
you.
About 15 minutes, keep writing him a check.
This shit
What's the name on the check of the white man that wrote you that royalty?
What is the name? Pew. Well, okay, to overshare, most of them don't have any one particular white man's name on them because they come from their corporation to mine.
Exactly. So you get to hear talking about we should have been our own owners and own business, and you own the plantation with the white man yourself, my friend. I get that we want to say,
okay, wait a minute. Slow down. Slow way down.
Your contract is just like them dudes in the NFL. You talking
about way down. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Because contracts in the NFL, first off, they're not guaranteed. Number two, it is not guaranteed that you get a pension from the NFL to school you on some shit other than stop wearing the shirts that other niggas put back. That's a shirt. I looked at that shirt, but since I was in Walmart buying tires, I decided not to. What I'm trying to explain to you is that to do business.
To do business with the white man. You gotta put the white man in there. When you do business with the white man.
Okay, eat a man. If you need your turn, and again, BMU, I don't want to.
We got no turn. Now he want to take turns. Now he wants some order. He done cut me off 10 times, and he wants some order.
Well, here's what I want. Here's what I want.
Let's make some space. I'll put the mute. I'm going.
We about to go on overtime.
Yeah, absolutely. Because this is just some shit me and Eda did, and it's all love, Eda, man. But this is some shit that you and I get into often because it for some reason you and those of your ilk are rubbed the wrong way outside of any history past 1955. I'm gonna always be with that. I am just the person to have these conversations with you. Because number one, I do not excuse substandard Black behavior. Number two, I do not excuse Black ignorance. Number three, I do not excuse Black overpopulation. Number four, I do not excuse the hypersexualization of our people. I don't like any of that shit any more than you do. The difference is, I'm not afraid to speak Black first. Whenever you hear me talk, I give the same thing to other people that the United States gives to us when some shit goes down. Thoughts and prayers.
Okay. It's my turn.
I look at my people first. No, it's not. I just took a little. I took a little pause.
Take a break. Take 30 seconds. Okay.
I'm gonna keep going.
No.
If I can.
Now,
Can I keep going? Who's the host? Who's the host? Not you. Not you. Okay.
Hold on.
Can I keep going? Do your music?
You see how it is? How he can't give me the same respect because he's scared.
Because I'm not finished, brother. I'm not scared to forget about you.
Hold on, E-Man, let him finish, then you can
Let him finish. Give him another 2 minutes to talk about the point he talked about in 2024. We done heard it.
Thank you.
Okay, tell us again.
I like those 2 minutes, but I can't get them
That
until you shut
all
up.
be kicking in.
I
He can't
can't
remember
get
that
them
he
until
said it
you shut
already.
up.
Go ahead.
I'm not, and again, I'm not afraid of anything about you other than maybe I've never suggested Ozempic to anyone. I'm not afraid of you in any way, shape, or form, brother. I am your cup of tea because I am not the regular blackity black. I'm not broke. I'm not giving you excuses. I'm giving you facts, Doc. I'm giving you facts. And it's the part of it that you don't like is the part where you just like to erase the parts of the game that actually call you black. And you cannot. As long as my black ass stay pointed toward the ground and I got a good internet connection and I see you amongst other brothers, I'm going to have pushback on that shit. Now, just like you do with retarded kids, I'm going to let you run until you run out of steam. Go ahead.
See, the problem is when we disagree with these old dudes, then we not black enough. Now my black card. See, my uncle taught me long time, the real uncle, not Uncle Jeff. Don't ever trust somebody with a lazy eye because they got an incentive to lie. They can't see quite straight to be able to tell the truth. And so this idea that I disagree with you, because the only thing I said was that I disagree that we should be giving people excuses, or you say reasons for people to be talking about why these women ain't acting right. Going back 40 years of slavery. You saying, hey, check this out. I done gave solutions and I done did these and we agree upon these things. That doesn't make me not black. Because I said, since I said, hey, you know what, I'm going forward in my life and stop looking back, because a lot of people looking back still tripping over their past. I'm looking forward in life. Now I'm not black enough. I'm doing it the European way because I can see the future. This guy's completely out of his mind. And the reason that we don't even listen to him is because he keep wanting to say, come on now, give him grace. Give him grace for taking your money. Give him grace for throwing rocks at your foot. Give him grace for trying to hold you back from being successful. That's what it really comes down to, is that the grace is ran out. And we done with listening to people say, give them grace, give them grace. No, we ain't giving them grace. We hold them accountable, and we gonna align with the women that want to align with us to move forward. It's the simple fact. And we gonna be still black. We ain't, just because we not doing it your way, just because we not accepting your ideology of how you think we should run our life as a younger generation, that don't take away our black card.
So calling old niggas. That's what I want to know. Who you referring to when you say old niggas? Pew, 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 pew.
I'm referring to the bald head, lazy eye, salt and pepper, chin ass uncle that's beside me. That's who I'm referring to. And I know he's a comedian. I want to bring the best about it. You know, one thing about Edelman Williams, he'll bring the best about you on his YouTube. You keep playing. So bite your lip, close, look at that eye. Open the eye, open your eyes. Don't talk to me with your eyes closed.
It's my turn.
How's that? How's that? That good enough? Is that okay? How's that?
Yeah, you might tell the truth now. Go ahead.
No. Let me explain to you why I close my eye. I close my eye because when I smoke weed, it weakens my left eye muscle. So my eye wanders. And since I smoke the best shit, I only smoke the best. I don't deal with that watered down shit you niggas deal with where you at. Number two, when you say that's why we don't listen to him, I got to ask you. I go, well, first, in the words of Prince, I hate to say this, nigga, please. I go places you never go. So when you say who is we, you must not, that is not listening to me, you must not mean the millions of hits that I have online from shows that I have been on long before there was a black manosphere. You must not mean leaders of the Rolling 60s Crips. You must not mean leaders of the Pyrus. You must not mean members of the Nation of Islam. You must not mean at-risk young black men that I speak with on a regular that listen to me, brother. You must not mean my life coaching business, people who pay me to help them unfuck themselves. You certainly couldn't mean them. What you must mean by we is niggas that shop in the Walmart bin. Maybe that's what you mean. You must mean niggas that call 11 push-ups a workout. You must mean them. You could not possibly mean the tons of people. The number I'm most proud of is now 15. I've talked 15 people out of taking their own lives. They have listened to me, brother. I have never, and yet, oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, I wrote it down. Who is giving grace? I've said it again. You just choose to high hurdle this because it helps you with your noodly point. I say again, I do not excuse horrible niggas, ever, ever. I say again that of my own ilk, I have put 5 productive human beings, productive black human beings and business owners into the world that are my children. So this giving grace, I don't give grace. Reasons and excuses are not the same either, man. And I know you need them to be, again, in order to hold up your noodly point. Who revoked your black card? Not me. You remind me of most black people. So no, you are as black as it gets. You are as black as it gets. Some of it turns my stomach.
I don't know. That shirt ain't.
Oh yeah, that ain't a nigga. No, that's a black shirt, either, man. That ain't a nigga shirt. Niggas don't wear
That
that.
shirt ain't really
Take
blue.
your black ass to the bank and get me my money. Now run me my money.
That shirt ain't really black, man.
I got you. But the moral of the story, what it really comes down to,
what does it?
Is we need to move different. This idea that we
Absolutely.
gotta
Go
ahead, Anger Man.
Differently.
Thank you so much.
I just wanted to point
Yes.
that.
It's an adverb. Differently is an adverb, modifies the verb. When you said move, differently modified move. That's why it has an ly. That's what that's for, either, man. Now, and we're just trying to help you in your life so that you don't get around none of them white folks and say move different and fuck off your money. Every man was trying to help you.
If you want to crack on old niggas, y'all gotta learn grammar and punctuation. Like,
I know, right? How you gonna talk shit with bad diction?
We gotta move different. Listen,
you gotta move differently.
I get you. The crazy part about it, when I step in rooms, I still make money and talking the way that I talk. I learned that I'm comfortable with myself. Listen, I learned. I get that you need to speak with adverbs to make money.
We're not saying you don't make money. We're not saying you don't make money. What we're saying is you don't know how to exercise or shop.
That's cool. I'm okay with that. So listen,
let's keep moving.
The whole point that I'm saying is, I get that we keep wanting to go back, and I just really hope this sentiment, like all jokes aside, get to us. If we keep going back, giving reasons on why people are acting today, our kids pick up that sentiment. And I get that y'all guys saying, "Hey, cool, our kids understand differently," but I understand that we just got like. I'm just looking at 2025. I'm like, are we still gonna be telling people to do the things that they did not do in 2024? Like, is that really gonna be the reality that we sound like a broken record, we're repeating ourselves, and people still not moving ahead? And shout out to Uncle Jeff. He got a lot going on. He's stopping people from taking their life. I never take that away from that black man. But truthfully and honestly, I mentor young men too, the men that's coming up today. And when I have these conversations with them,
you don't be wearing that shirt, do you?
I hope you don't be teaching them grammar.
No, I don't teach them grammar. That's we got a center for that. We got a center for grammar. I'm here to teach you how to get yourself together. You can go to the center that we pay for to get your grammar.
Why don't you take that microphone and beat the nigga to death that sold you that shirt?
So This was a gift. I like this shirt.
That person don't like you. That person do not like you.
Man, that shirt looked like it came with a Sesame Street action figure.
I hope so. Listen, you know, it's some things in my closet, and I know my wife be looking. She be like, "You got that nice thing, and you picked the worst." Yep, because it means something.
Nigga, you picked the worst.
Shit.
I love these days. I don't care what nobody says. It's some shirts that, you know, it's some people who are special to me who ain't here. They buy me these shirts. I'm gonna wear these shirts until I bust them out of them.
Okay, well, don't wear them in front of company. Wear, you know, go come to bed sexy. You know, when you get ready to set the mood, come to bed with no drawers on in that shirt. Do that. Don't wear it in front of.
Hey, listen. What's
I'm trying to help.
I'm just telling you what's swinging up underneath that shirt gonna make it look sexy regardless.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't.
You don't understand. I know you're up underneath the shirt.
Look here.
That shirt looked like it's been on layaway since 1985.
You're wicked. You're wicked. That's right.
That's that big and tall clearance shit.
Oh Lord.
That's that big. You shopping the big and tall. Angry man, take a good look at that. That's that Ed's big and tall shit.
That shit lame as fuck.
That's big and them big and tall clothes, bro. You got to get out of that. Go to Nordstrom Rack.
Nah,
you filthy motherfucker.
I don't fit none of no Nordstrom Rack. That's for y'all skinny niggas. Nordstrom Rack.
Exactly. Well, if you keep doing the push-ups,
it's disgusting.
More than 11.
You can
listen. Oh, you think you do some more push-ups than me? Oh.
Hey, that shirt look like.
I want to see
shirt look like.
Right. Hold on, no, don't let his old ass get out.
No. Yeah. Let's. Okay.
Hey, that shirt look like it's 80% rayon and 20% regret, nigga.
You know you got a good shirt when the camera can't focus on it. See, that camera having problems focusing.
Oh no, that camera's focusing very clear. If anything, that camera is focusing on the fact that you have hard water because the white's stingy. Baby, you should.
The yoke of the devil has been destroyed.
Fuck the frail shit.
Hey,
I love that.
Hey, you said you about to do 10 push-ups, Eat a Man?
I'm gonna do 9, but I don't think Art could do 10.
Okay. All right. Hold up. Wait. Let's no.
Oh, you go first. Seniors first.
Okay. Seniors first. Let me set the camera up wherever I need.
That's what I'll talk about.
I don't need the bread. Are you willing to put your money where your mouth is and give this podcast $100 for every push-up I do over 10?
Damn.
No, listen.
I didn't think so. So that means you, your money, and your shirt need to shut the fuck up.
Nah, I want to see the push-up. He said, if I
got him. Okay, you drop it down to something that don't hurt your money.
Hey, Eat a Man workout at a gym called Skittles.
Right?
That's a good one.
Like you got to be able to pew.
All right, let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. I'm going to do as many push-ups as I can do in one sitting, which I believe is about 31 or so.
Mm-hmm.
And then you do as many push-ups as you can do.
Okay.
And the difference, the other one owes the other one in hundreds. You ready?
All right, so you go do 30. That means I'm going to owe you 2,000. Go ahead. Yep, let's do it.
Okay. Now, who gonna escrow this $2,000?
All right, let's do the push-up.
No, bro. We're gonna get the money right first. Because you the one that stepped in this shit.
Listen, you guys talk all this junk.
You did Chrysler 300 your way up. This is what happened, Eat a Man. This is what happens all the time. This happens all the time when we get together. You Chrysler 300 yourself. You Chrysler 300 yourself right up on the Bentley, nigga. That's what
you've been talking. They trying to end the show, and you supposed to start your push-ups 20 minutes ago. You still
slugs in your back, and that's what the fuck happened. You have Chrysler 300 yourself right up on a Bentley, nigga. if you want to talk about push-ups, if you want to talk about push-ups,
you keep talking.
You said this.
Listen,
you said this.
Your
Let's
job,
put
you
your
said that
bread. Put your bread up.
To start shopping at Nordstrom. So let's
put your bread up. Put your bread up.
That's all
I gotta say.
Now you gotta make sure your eyes open when you do the push-up.
No, it don't matter. It don't matter. It don't matter. It's gonna be my arms and my chest.
Hey, I seen
one of us doesn't confuse our bras with our wives.
Come on, let's go, man. Let's go ahead and start doing these push-ups, bro. You got one person who's still talking and one person I understand.
Because we ain't got the bread right.
I can get my 10.
Eat a man.
You think I can hit my 10.
Eat a man.
See if the Marine really taught you something.
You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. You join
Marine, always the Marine.
You join the
Marine out of the system.
Go find your flat Pillsbury biscuit pink pudding pop. Go get your flat-assed Pillsbury dough biscuit pink Pop-Tart and get your ass up off my life.
I learned a long time ago.
Hey, eat a man.
I learned it. Listen.
Hey, eat a man.
Once a Marine, always a Marine.
Yeah, you got them right. You got that. And like I told you,
every Marine I ever seen took a push-up challenge. They have all these excuses.
I don't have an excuse.
Like
Hey, eat a man.
Around the collection plate. Can we come on? Can we
eat a man?
do $100 a push-up? Come on, bro.
No. Eat a man. Eat a man. No, brother. I'm not gonna let you get away with that. That's cute. That's real cute. But you're doing this in a room full of grown ass men. You're doing this in a room full of grown ass men.
Why?
Hey, eat a man.
This Friday, we're gonna go ahead and make sure we set it up. This Friday, we're gonna do at the barbershop the push-up challenge.
Now you can do it tonight, but your money short. Listen,
you can do it tonight, but your money short.
Hey, remember, y'all come back this Friday. Make sure you bring your money because we're gonna do this
in front of the millions.
Yeah, black and proud. Put your funky ass
That's
money
right.
Up. Put your funky ass money up.
Hey, eat a man. Hey, eat a man.
No, I ain't talking to you. I ain't talking to you. I'm talking about the chat that's trying to co-sign this fold like a beach chair shit you just did.
Hey, eat a man.
You folded like a beach chair.
Hey, eat a man. I seen that shirt on Gary Coleman on a rerun of.
Get it out, bro.
Different fat strokes.
Different fat strokes.
I see that
fat, bald head, no neck midget. I sentence you to 3,000 lashes for conduct unbecoming a black man.
I see that shirt on a rerun of Silver Spoons.
Oh, I got another one y'all are like. Y'all about
just
to
no, you don't. Just looking out of the window.
Hey, is that the shirt that Michael had to save up to get?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. It cost him a whole $3.58.
I saw Michael said that shirt was out of sight.
You can stop it.
Let me be clear. I'm trying to be clear. I need gentlemen, I need your help. I want to make sure I didn't get this wrong.
Push up.
Either man brought up or insinuated that maybe, just maybe, he could do more push-ups than me. Am I wrong?
Is that what happened? No, that's not.
That's not?
Smoking that stuff. I know you're smoking that stuff. Listen,
I have.
Smoking that stuff, and I know that the left side of your brain ain't working right. I didn't say that.
That would be the right side of my brain. The right side of the brain controls the left side of the body. Clearly, there's a lot of shit you didn't pay attention to. Adverbs and now anatomy. The whole point that I'm saying. I don't care about your point.
I get you want to do. You want to
can do more push-ups than you.
I don't have to do push-ups
whenever you are.
If I can get them to have to bet money on push-ups, and I don't do that. You can't force me to do something I don't do.
I'm forcing you to man up, and you don't do that often either.
See, that's and this is a perfect example. Man, don't let these old dudes try to get you out your space and do
BMU.
Get out your space.
Uncle,
BMU. That's the shirt they make niggas wear when the club got a dress code.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got those in the back.
That's the no white t-shirts. You go grab your.
Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Don't you ever say another motherfucking word to me?
Yeah.
You said food ready?
That shirt's a gift. No nigga buys that for himself.
It's time for me to get my shirt a little fatter. They said the food ready. All right, guys. I appreciate y'all guys.
Appreciate you, man. These push-ups gonna be waiting on you.
Right now. Hold on, listen. Hey, babe, put the food in the oven real quick. Uncle Bill say he gonna do some push-ups.
Time out. Did you really just get into a back and forth with Uncle Jeff about push-ups and you about to leave because the food ready?
No, because it's white.
Wow.
My mama calling me. I gotta go now.
Absolutely. Listen. See,
all right, nigga.
I learned that the skinny niggas are the one insecure. The dudes we got no problem. Listen, we ain't got no problem with no women. Listen, we ain't got no problem with all this stuff. It's all the when I look online, I'm like, damn, another skinny nigga complaining about a woman. I don't see that shit with niggas that got the little size on them. I look up, I say, dang, our Penny got a little size, he got a wife. You got a little size, he got a wife. We ain't the problem. We ain't the ones complaining. So I get that, and I know he gonna say that don't apply to me.
Wait a minute, how I don't have a wife?
He gonna say,
okay, eat a man. I'm gonna pull you out of the carpet again, nigga. I'm gonna pull you out on the carpet again. Here, I'm gonna do it right now. Why don't you put up a picture of you and your wife? I'm gonna put up a picture of me and my wife.
I want to see them push-ups.
Why don't we do that? Why don't we do that? Since we talking about who got a wife, why don't you I'll put up a picture of me and my wife. You put up a picture of you and your wife.
How you do that? How you do that? You think I got it back? How you do it? How you do it, BM? Show me how to change my picture into the goddamn white picture. Listen, I'm proud of that one. Listen, you take that goddamn church's chicken and show me what you got, because I'm gonna figure it out. I know how to do some advertising.
Did you call that church's chicken? Did he just call that church's chicken? You are now suspect. Now you're suspect, nigga. If you don't know who that is in the sunglasses and you call it church's chicken, you're now suspect.
Listen,
I don't trust you. I think you are a government plan. You just like Kamala Harris when she didn't know to answer all the time to God is good.
Cool.
You are suspect, nigga. Anybody who calls Colonel Sanders
when Colonel Sanders put on those glasses and went to the hood, he created Church's Chicken. I know what Colonel Sanders, when KFC went to the hood, what did we see pop up? Church's Chicken.
Hey, well, look, eat a man. I'm not talking about your weight, but that shirt looked like it came with a copy of Tecmo Bowl. I'm just saying, bro. That joint looked like straight out the 80s, bro.
Yeah.
He said you got a little alligator in the shirt, man.
Oh man, I gotta go eat. So are you gonna do these push-ups or not before we leave?
What's that?
I gotta go eat. Are you gonna do these push-ups or not before I leave?
No, I'm not.
You want me to do something for you?
No, not without money involved.
Okay, I'll just.
Well, Black man, make sure you get the thumbnail up for Friday, man. Friday night, the barbershop.
I don't need you to do push-ups. I don't need you to do push-ups for me because I'm goddamn who can't do 25.
I've been giving solutions, and he said I was fat for the last hour, and I said, let me exercise with you, Uncle. He said, I ain't gonna exercise you unless I'm incentivized. Y'all guys have a good night.
You will never.
Get your hungry ass the fuck on out of here.
Get out of here. Just get out of here. And F you, just get out of here.
Yeah,
you will never.
No, not one more. No.
You will never see.
No, take that blunt out your mouth. That
I hope that y'all are witnessing history right now. You will never see another shirt like that. There is a abandoned t-shirt factory in Mexico full of them damn shirts.
Oh, I didn't go there. Send me the address. I'm going to get them
Africans,
right now.
Them the shirts. You know how when we send the wrong
You
winner,
never see no African
we send
with
the
this
wrong
shirt on.
winner of the
Listen to
World
me.
Series, and we spend the wrong winner of the NBA Finals T-shirts to Africa. They sent
Yeah.
them shirts too. Africans sent them back. They'll rather be hot in the fucking sun than to wear that ugly shit right there. They sent it back.
Like, Uncle,
Are you out of your fucking mind? Are you crazy?
No, you know what?
Jeff ain't that funny with Anchorman around. Anchorman, you can you make him not look like a comedian over here.
Hey, Uncle Jeff, I'm gonna tell you the truth. In 1984, Wendy's was giving away them shirts with a kids meal.
Nigga. That nigga came up here with that in that what you talking about Willis collection shirt, thinking he doing something. He really thought that everybody here took a good look at what they put on. That nigga selected that shirt.
That shirt was a Webster special.
Nigga, that shirt was hung up next to 8 other mediocre shirts. This nigga, yes, that nigga's closet is substandard.
That's an irregular.
That's the shirt that DJ Pooh was gonna wear on Friday, but he changed his mind.
Don't do that. Don't do
It's 2025, man.
Nigga,
Shout out to Eda, man, for the super chat, man. First super chat of the new year. Appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you, my brother.
It's all love, Eda, man. Get your push-ups up, though. Talk to me in a month.
Hey, listen, whoever wins the push-up battle, Uncle Jeff, I'll have her come to your house and give you some love. Here she is.
How many times I got to tell you that chest thing?
We done had numerous conversations about this, brother. You just keep on pulling these videos up, brother. Like, look, you gotta give a disclaimer before you show yams like that, brother.
Nigga, that chest thing. I bet you that chest thing.
He said that thing naturally aspirated. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, your birthday party come up. She in the
You got to warn brothers when you do that.
Nigga, that's just another well-packed diabetic. So you niggas don't want to be honest. Ooh, you ain't fat, you just thick. Dear black women, the same nigga that tell you ain't fat, you just thick all the way till you go to dialysis will not be there to wheel you into dialysis. You gotta take care of yourself.
Our pain like that. Look at our pain face. Look at his face.
Yeah, because okay, now look at her. Take a good look at her. She's not 30, but by the time she's 50, do you think she's gonna be built like that? Eating like that? Nope. That's why I tell young dudes, go small.
Look here. See. Let me tell you what Uncle Jeff just said. First of all, you don't get old biscuits. You feel what I'm saying? So we thinking about 50. We ain't thinking about 50 because that's the old biscuit. You feel me? Talking about the fresh buns that just came out the oven.
Okay. Well, if you're talking about the difference between what did my man DMX say? You thinking what's up for life? Nah, ma, I'm thinking more like what's up tonight.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I'm sorry. I was thinking long run. In the long run, thick girls don't stay thick. They get fucking fat. That's what happens. Dear thick 19-year-old, you on your way to losing a toe.
Uncle Jeff, Uncle Jeff, DMX said, even though that pussy tight, you what? You're not gonna jeopardize my life.
Not gonna jeopardize my life.
Well, that's another episode of Black Man Unfiltered. We'll see you guys next week.
Man, we appreciate y'all, man. Hey, Anger Man,
Appreciate you,
y'all
man.
stupid, bro. I swear to God, bro. Y'all had me the motherfucker crying, bro. I appreciate y'all, man. And if you want to come back Friday, man, we'll be at the Barbershop Friday. The title is very controversial on Friday. So a lot of people are going to run from it. Uncle Jeff, I know you probably run to it. But the subject on Friday is if body count didn't matter, God would have put Jesus in a whore. That's on Friday.
Ooh, yeah.
Ooh. You throwing garbage cans, man. Ooh.
So we talking about that on Friday.
What time we starting the show? We starting the show early.
We're gonna do 8:30. We're gonna do 8:30 on Friday. Yeah.
God put Jesus in a woman that we had to argue whether she fucked or not.
Right. Yeah. Let me say the title again for you by everybody. Listen, Friday we have Barbershop. The men are gonna be at it on Friday, and the title of the show is if body count didn't matter to God, why didn't He put Jesus in a whore?
And all whores welcome.
So yeah, so we're gonna talk about that on Friday. All right.
Okay.
Man.
What time?
8:30 Central, man. 8:30 Central.
Okay. And dear women that think it's okay to fuck like men do, please show up so that I can break down the definition of a whore so that we all agree. I think I can do that. And if you fit that category, that's your business, not mine.
E-Man said what?
Exactly. Tune in Friday night.
Yeah, Friday night's gonna be good, man. All right, 8:30 Central Standard Time, guys. Y'all come back, man. Open panel. Anger Man, I know you'll be coming through, brother. All right.
Sure.
But I appreciate y'all, man. Until next time, we out there, big.
3, 2, 1. Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. I can flip a dial to a million. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on. 3, 2, 1. Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. 3, 2, 1. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on. It's a new day, days been new. Been a decade since I made it out of rental. We some owners, baby, we don't got no rent due. My trick, but my wife, you like the trick too. Merry Christmas, hey Saint Nick. What we want get, we on wait list. How we got here doesn't make sense. Have patience, that'll make sense. 3, 2, 1. Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. I can flip a dial to a million. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on. 3, 2, 1. Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. 3, 2, 1. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on. Picking up the slack, joining this prime way I'm getting to the rack. I do what I want, when I want, where I want, no cap. Put in all work, now I'm getting to the back. 25-8, I got money on my mind. Live life great, but I'm always on the grind. Navy blue tank, I don't wear it for the time. Real hustler, baby, throw my rollie in the sky.
Get ready for blast off.
Ball pointing cushy, so you know it's berserk. Trevor on the mix, so you know we gon' work. I might leave in one, find the beach and go surf. I'ma ride the wave till I'm out of this earth. 3, 2, 1. Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. I can flip a dial to a million. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on. 3, 2, 1. Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. 3, 2, 1. I don't like to brag,